Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Board of Trustees for the Dripping Springs Independent School District. Tonight is Monday, August 10th. I show it being 6:04 p.m. and we have all board members present. Tonight we meet for the purposes of a special call discussion to focus on some PPE needs for the district in anticipation of in-person learning, as well as a fall planning update. I will start, as I have during our online meetings, with a script from that pertains to our open meeting laws. On March 16th, Governor Greg Abbott granted a request by Attorney General Ken Paxton to temporarily suspend a limited number of open meeting laws to the extent necessary to allow telephonic or video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. In accordance with those suspended rules, we certify the following. Notice that this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Although members of the board are not gathered in a central physical location, we do have a quorum in attendance at this meeting by video conference or telephone call. We are meeting by the use of Zoom software application, which allows two-way communication for members of the public. As we would at any in-person meeting, members of the public have been given the opportunity to submit written comments in advance. I'll read the comments into the record before the board's consideration of that item. If you would like to provide comment at a future meeting conducted by video conference or telephone call, please follow instruction on the meeting notice. All other meeting procedures will adhere to board adopted procedures to the extent practicable. An audio recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The software application allows for unlimited number of people to view and interact at a time. We apologize in advance for any unforeseen difficulties and ask for your patience as we navigate unprecedented conditions. If you have questions about these suspended laws, please call the Office of the Attorney General at 888-672-6787 or by email at toma@oag.texas.gov. So tonight we will begin with our public forum. We have 8 individuals that have signed up. I will read our script, and then Mr. Jones, I'll ask that you prepare the time alarm for me. The Board of Trustees encourages and appreciates comments from citizens of the district and from district employees. Anyone wishing to address the board on posted agenda items may do so during this portion of our meeting. Public comments on non-agenda items will not be heard today, as non-agenda topics are reserved for presentation at regular meetings of the Board of Trustees. The forms are not accepted once the meeting begins. Board asks that each person's comments be no longer than 3 minutes. Speakers are heard on a first-come, first-served basis. The document I've been given is in order of how they were submitted, and we won't relinquish time to other people, other persons. We will listen carefully to all the comments made during public forum. However, because we are subject to the Open Meetings Act, we may not deliberate on any of the issues addressed in public forum that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board president may respond to the speaker, but my responses are limited to specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, referring the speaker to applicable board policy, placing the item on a future board agenda for discussion if not listed on the current board agenda, or referring the speaker to the appropriate administrator. All right, we can begin tonight with parent Catherine Williams. Please do not hire another mid-level employee. We are going through a pandemic and recession. We do not know how long this will last, nor how many people in our community will lose their businesses' jobs. This is a time to be tightening the belt, not spending more. Thank you. Kristen Hearn, parent, community member. Board of Trustees and Superintendent Washburn, it is extremely tone deaf and irresponsible for the district to be adding an administrative position at this time. In reference, Deputy Superintendent of Community Engagement and Operations. This discussion should also be public, not in closed session. It's ironic that this position as titled will be filled as most others are behind closed doors. Taxpayers are dealing with unemployment, underemployment, and struggling to keep small businesses afloat, or in some cases, closing permanently. This board has increased taxes over 40% since 2012 and would have continued but for the legislature stepping in to control the high taxation. The DSISD still plans to increase INS taxes, which was predicted, but definitely not shared as part of the 2018 bond push. Adding a six-figure administrative position demonstrates a lack of fiscal responsibility. Rather than simply vote to take more money from others, as the DSISD Board of Trustees does, taxpayers, including teachers, must prioritize and budget. Additionally, the district is increasing spending for COVID-related expenses. Taxpayer dollars should be solely focused on the classroom, not more administrators, especially during a pandemic. Finally, all talk of another bond should be suspended. Taxpayers are facing uncertainties regarding employment, income, property values, and investments. This is not the time to propose more spending, debt, and taxes. The fact that 2 elementary schools are moving forward as if we know what public ed will look like is bad enough. Discussing another large dollar bond project is irresponsible. Transparency and fiscal restraint continue to be ignored by the board and administration. Hopefully, the upcoming election will be the beginning of a remedy and positive change. Or maybe a current trustee will finally do the right thing and demand transparency and fiscal responsibility for stakeholders rather than nod and go along with the status quo. April Balcom, parent. Dear board members, it is of great concern to me that I have learned that you are just now posting that you want to spend more of our hardworking tax dollars on another administrative position. In addition to that, what is even more concerning is the fact that you have already chosen a candidate and that this is just a formality. Rest assured, the public is watching and listening, and you will be held accountable at the voting booths for your lack of transparency. This money could have easily been spent on a myriad of things, one of which is special education. My son has had horrible special education leadership since 2013, and it has only gotten worse. I look forward to finding out exactly how you were spending our tax dollars on that issue and why, during a time of such uncertainty, the board has decided to hire somebody who is now taking funding away from our precious children. If this results in another tax increase, the public will also be watching and listening. It is time to take your fiduciary responsibilities and your public service to the community seriously. You should be letting citizens at least report our statements to you to be played during the board meeting rather than us filling out a form. Is this even a proper and legal procedure? Lori Broughton, community member. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. When reviewing the agenda, it is noted that a new position for administration is being created. As I shared on June 22nd, 2020 during public comments, we are currently experiencing an economic emergency, and this requires budgets to be reviewed while also utilizing judicious spending habits. With so many uncertainties in the future of how our schools will function once all the stakeholders return to begin the all-important job of educating our children, it is disheartening to see that taxpayer monies are being garnered and spent as if all is well within the community. A noticeable amount of real estate is on the market. Businesses in our area are closing due to financial hardship, but spending as usual with taxpayer funds is evident. Adding positions should not be considered at this time. Being good stewards of taxpayer money requires that solutions save money and our schools operate in a frugal manner during this unprecedented times. May I suggest, in lieu of the ongoing expense of another FTE, the district should partner with other local school districts or seek support from Region 13 Education Service Center to address the added work and strain of responding to COVID-19. Thank you. Dawn Harkrider, parent. We all know this will be a try it and let's see what works time for teachers and families alike. My daughter just returned home from 4 weeks at Camp Champions in Marble Falls, with the camp going the entire summer COVID-free. The hundreds of kids that attended, first grade through college age, all returned home energized and happy with a new perspective on how to manage their day-to-day lives remaining COVID-free. Masks were worn by everyone every day. Sterilization practices were put in place throughout the day while everyone complied. Kids remained in cohorts and participated in their activities, meals, etc. within these cohorts daily. There is a way to be successful in this new world. Camp Champions has proved it. If parents aren't comfortable with sending their child to school, remote learning it is. But we must try to get students back in the classroom, even if it's once or twice a week within the same cohorts. My daughter was anti-mask wearing when she left for camp, and now that she's home and not wearing the mask seems odd to her. Children will adapt to their surroundings. If we need to provide masks, then let's provide masks. 100% remote learning is not the answer. Contact Camp Champions for ideas and information if needed. Thank you. Sarah Hoveder, parent, community member. The parents of children who want their children to get the most out of their educational experience with in-person schooling need to know that the school board and district administrators is supportive and will work to rapidly re-engage our children's students to live in a live, face-to-face, in-person, peer present learning environment. The tax dollars we spend on education in Dripping Springs is with the understanding of an enriching in-person, facility experience. If the administration and school board cannot support a return to in-person education, they must let parents and students know, as this will slow parents and students the ability to pursue more enriching educational opportunities outside of the district. Every student, every parent, student, and faculty deserves the opportunity to pursue what they believe is in their students' personal well-being. Reasonable safety is a relative term that an individual has to make for themselves. Some kids pursue athletics. Some parents allow their children to drive to school. Some do not. I believe children develop best by experiencing life with reasonable safeguards. A virtual environment does not meet the level of experience I want for my children. The millions of dollars flowing through this educational system is designed to give our students a robust set of experiences. Remote learning, by definition, does not need to be a local tax-supported initiative. Our teachers, coaches are trained and work best when they can fully engage with students. Brian and Colette Cram, parent, community member. Thank you, board members, for the opportunity to provide public comment and for your service to the community. We are requesting that you cast your vote for choice following the end of the initial 4-week remote-only learning model. Hardworking families deserve to have the opportunity to choose to continue with remote learning or in-person learning based on the specific needs of their family members. We should not be forced into a one-size-fits-all model. We are concerned on many levels regarding the agenda item to consider hiring a new Deputy Superintendent of Community Engagement and Operations. First of all, there has been no community transparency related to this position. Why would we even be considering the notion of hiring non-essential administrative personnel during a global pandemic when everyone else is tightening their belts? What need could we possibly have right now that would justify this hire, especially given all of the additional COVID-related expenses and the disturbing April 2020 TASB staff salary report that found Dripping Springs ISD's average teacher salaries are $1,284 less than the market median. What's even worse is that by rank, DSISD teacher salaries are in the bottom 26% of the 17 Austin area ISDs, including DSISD. DSISD teachers are underpaid relative to other school districts, despite Dripping Springs being one of the area's most expensive communities. Our teachers deserve better than this. Martin McConaughey, parent community member. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the hypocrisy should this body approve wasting more funds to grow bureaucracy and add another superintendent instead of directing those additional resources to what should be its top priority, students and teachers and in the classroom. Don't forget that DSISD teachers have been underpaid by both statewide and market area comparison for years. TASB again confirmed it in a report presented to this board this past spring. And for example, if this unnecessary superintendent position commands a $120,000 salary, the district could instead increase all teachers' pay by approximately $250, which is roughly 20% of the market median deficit that TASB identified. Secondly, I would also like to note the additional hypocrisy of this district paying in-person, in-school employees roughly $100,000 in premium hazard pay over the past spring and summer. While discussion of similar such risk-based compensation has not been occurred for teachers and staff being required to return to campus this fall. Students, teachers, and staff now all face considerably increased risks of contracting COVID-19 due to multiples more individuals being present on campus, as well as higher rates of infection in the general population. For instance, UT Austin researchers last week estimated that 5 individuals would be expected to arrive infected with COVID-19 during the first week of school at a 1,000 student and staff campus in Hays County, and 3 infected at a 500-person school. Thirdly, the continued transparency failures by this board and administration are disappointing and disturbing. The lack attachment of the superintendent's fall update, a matter that is of great consequence, and any public debate and discussion before the secret and closed session regarding the creation of and hiring of the new position of Deputy Superintendent of Community Engagement and Operations is extremely disappointing. I am further alarmed by reports that this deputy superintendent has already been hired, that this meeting is a mere formality. This board must not forget that the superintendent is supposed to work for and report to you, not vice versa. As I've mentioned in previous public comment, the Texas Open Meetings Act compulsory public comment opportunity can only work as intended if the public is adequately informed about a meeting's agenda items before that meeting starts and prior to their opportunity to submit public comment being closed. That did not occur here and remains unacceptable. Fourth and finally, I must remind you that we are currently in the worst recession since the Great Depression that the head of the IMF has described as unlike anything the world has ever seen before. This board should be looking to eliminate unnecessary spending in order to grant your hardworking constituents the tax relief they need now more than ever. Instead, the board is considering creating a new, presumably six-figure position, a position that appears to be largely designed to largely help the district pass bonds, as well as this body having already approved a 5% increase in overall budget and spending for this upcoming school year. The body and the district administrator's actions are completely out of touch.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'm going to finish that sentence, Mr. Jones. Completely out of touch with the economic realities facing our community, state, and nation. And that wraps our public forum for today. We'll move now to item A, consideration approval of PPE and safety equipment purchase. Todd, do you want to speak to that first, or do I turn it over to Kurt at this time?
I'll begin and then let Kurt run through some of the details. And so what you have in your board packet is you have a catalog full of a variety of different PPE equipment and resources, everything from signage that will help our students be safe as they come back on campus. You'll see things such as shields, masks, also specialty masks that we're looking at to try to address specific academic needs for our students who may have a need to see the face of the teacher as they're learning speech and practicing their reading skills in the younger ages. We also have additional medical supplies and resources for our nurses so that they can remain safe and take care of our students as we come back. Hand sanitizer, of course, student and adult masks. Also looking at ways in which we can set up our isolation rooms so that as students get sick or ill at school, that we are maintaining a safe environment for all parties as we get back to campus. Additionally, another big ticket item that we have here are looking at dividers. Those dividers would be trifold plastic. Really, if you think of poster boards that would enable an additional layer of protection for our students in our classrooms and help, again, keep our students and our staff safe. And so over the last few months, Kurt has been working with our leadership team, has been going out to campuses, getting feedback from our administrators on what level of PPE and equipment they would need to be successful as we open school back up after our 4-week transition period. Additionally, we've received PPE orders from the state, which has allotted us some additional masks, hand sanitizers, gloves, a variety of different pieces. The one challenge we do have, however, is we were to get student masks from the state, and that part of the order has yet to come in, and that's a pretty significant piece for us as we're gearing up to bring back students in person. And so you'll note that you had a catalog full of a variety of different resources and examples of those different types of masks and dividers. And Kurt's done a really good job of researching it and looking at a variety of different vendors that will provide us with both the quality and the fiscal responsibility of getting those materials at the best possible cost through some competitive research there with some quotes. So Kurt, I'll turn it over to you. I know you put countless numbers of hours to pull together that catalog and do a lot of research behind the scenes. So I'd like to highlight some additional information for the board.
Yes, like Todd said, the hot topics for us obviously are student masks. So we've got a fairly large order of student masks that we're trying to get in, that will get in before the states will potentially be here. So we want to make sure that we're protecting our kids as best as possible, especially the elementary ages.
Kurt, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is Carrie. Can you explain to the group why that's our concern? Obviously, because we have students in our district, but what hasn't arrived?
So we have not received, we were supposed to receive 19,000 masks from the state in student masks, and they have not, none of them have showed up at all. So, and twice they've said that they were going to be here, and they still have given us time that it's going to be another 3 to 4 weeks out. So we're purchasing our own, which we intended to add to that 19,000 anyways, but we've increased that number to make sure that we have enough to cover our kids in that area should we have to have our little ones use masks on a daily basis. They are disposable masks, which both the CDC and TEA recommend the disposals be used only 2 to 3 hours. Little kids, they're going to go to lunch, they're going to get them dirty, they're going to lose them. So you're going to have a lot of them to get through a full day of class. They will be required if we so choose. They would be required by the parents to bring some, but we want to make sure we have auxiliaries that are there available for them. And then the dividers is the biggest ticket item. Obviously, we've got different options on how we're looking at dividers. Mostly, we're trying to protect our teachers so that they've got a contained environment as best as they can be for all across the board. But then protecting our little ones, depending on whether we're going to have masks on each of them and times that they can't have masks. So we've got different types of dividers. Some really soft ones for the young kindergarten and pre-K ones so they can move around with them. And then we've got some bigger ones for the rest of the elementary kids, and then even bigger ones for the high school and middle school age. So in the order. There are a lot of different pieces to the isolation station. We're having to build entire rooms throughout per TEA's guidance to us. So we're having to have a separate room for isolation. So there's a lot of different little components. And then because you're in 2 different stations, you got to have more medical equipment for that second station. So that's where the nursing issues come into play. Making sure we've got blood pressure cuffs and oximeters and things like that in both locations. So they can assess in one, and then they can take care of a kid that's getting ready to go home and watch them until they do get home into their parents' hands. So any questions?
So are these going to be like actual 4-wall rooms, or are they just rooms that are already in the building and then they're going to be set up as nurses' offices? Or
so they're different rooms on different campuses. We tried our hardest to make sure that room had a restroom, so that if a kid was in isolation, they could get to restroom on their own, and a sink in that room, so that the nurse working there could wash her hands in between kids. We're trying to build 5 isolation stations inside each one of those rooms so that we can handle 5 kids at a time. Based on the numbers that we were given off of last year, we average at the elementary about 47 to 50 kids a day in the nurses station for different things. And about 40% of those kids would now, those situations that we saw last year would be qualified as a COVID symptom. So in which case we would have to send them home for that COVID symptom. So we've got to have an isolation station that we can put those kids in, be monitored by a nurse until parents could arrive to come pick them up for one of those 12 symptoms that are out there. And so that the parents can assess them and deal with them appropriately.
and then one more question. And the dividers, are they like desk dividers?
So the dividers are trifolds.
Okay.
So they have, like an elementary divider is 19 inches wide by 24 inches tall with 2 wings that are 12 inches wide. So it's allowed to be set up. The company we're looking at actually comes with a bag with feet that they can put on them. We can actually mount them if we want to, or we can actually leave them loose with the feet, and they're very sturdy with the feet that are coming with them. But they'll have a bag so we can move them from place to place. The teachers' ones are more permanent we're going to actually put them on a teacher's desk and it's going to stay there. We actually had them build in extra holes on the top. So if we wanted to take a guide wire to the ceiling just to make sure that they were more secure, So because a kid, and they also have a slot in the front so that the kid can pass a piece of paper through to the teacher, so the kid can have his paper graded or whatever to do that, and then the teacher can pass information back. And we're putting a little door on that so the teacher can close it when she doesn't want to have the air flowing straight through. So they're much bigger, but that's the teacher situation. And like I said, for the little ones, we've got these plastic ones. They're called sneeze guards, and it's really just a wire frame with sewn in with cloth, and they weigh a pound. So we really wanted those for pre-K and kindergarten, so that they could get on the floor and have a divider, or so that they could protect themselves in between kids, and it's not going to fall over and hurt somebody. They're going to be, it just fell over on me. So, and then we're also looking at those for some athletic opportunities, because they watch game film and stuff. It's a simple piece that we can open up and protect our athletes in a better way.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Kurt, are they clear, or are they opaque?
So they are PMMA, okay, which is the same material that they use to build airplane windows with. So they're fairly shatterproof. We're waiting on a video right now that they're sending, where they actually take a whole unit and just drop it from 6 feet and it doesn't shatter. So so they're really they're a plexiglass, and they are clear all the way around. All three sides are clear. So that gives us the most stability. There are other options out there that are a lot that are different prices, but there's nothing that is as sturdy as it. There are some options out there made out of what's called PTE, which is basically the same thing as a disposable to-go container, a clear plastic to-go container. And literally you can push it, and you can push it from one side, and it just like wavers like Jell-O. But so we were a little nervous about that, because even though it may be a little bit cheaper, we're worried about the fact that there's no longevity, and we don't know how long COVID's going to last. So I would rather promote something that's going to be stable, and that we're going to be able to use and fold up and put up someplace if we get to a place that COVID's not an issue, and we've got them for the next time that a pandemic comes through, which hope never happens. But at least we've got something that we know is solid, that's going to last for several years to come.
And if ordered now, they can be here by the first day of school?
That's where the tricky part comes in. The longer we wait, the worse it gets. They generally advertised 7 to 8 weeks on the PMMA product. The small plexi guards, they're actually here in the States ready to go, but they don't have a lot left. So we've got to get our order in, or we're going to lose out, because we don't know that company is going to order more. The PMMA, they say 7 to 8 weeks. He says possibly we could have them here in 6 weeks. And the nice thing is there's no installation. Literally, we hand one out and they can go install them themselves. It's not tricky. We're not having to put screws in it. There's no hinges. It's using this really cool kind of, I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head, but this tape that runs from top to bottom that holds it, and it doesn't let go. So it's really a great adhesive that they're using to keep it, so it's not breathing through. So, any questions?
Board members, any questions for Kurt? Kurt, would you talk about who all was involved as you were developing this plan, so the board knows who helped you pick out everything?
Obviously, the nurses have been very involved. They have helped a lot on all the nursing processes, and then all PPE. The actual divider order, I've gone through the entire safety committee, which is all the APs on all the campuses, and then a lot of the secretaries on different campuses. I personally went back the last time, because I've redone this 3 or 4 times by now. But the spreadsheet on the PPE, I physically went to every campus, sat down with the teachers, asked the principals, and asked the same exact questions to make sure they were not interpreted differently. I didn't want to send a form out and say, here, fill this out and tell me how many you need. We went through every grade level, talked about what kind of classrooms they had, what was being taught in those classes, what kind of special areas they had, you name it. And I spoke the same way to each of them. So we've got the most accurate count now of where the needs are, which helped us come up with the numbers that we were able to come up with. The first couple of times we just sent out flyers and it was, well, this is what I feel, or this is what I feel. And we just wanted a count of where the furniture was, where the fixtures were, where the teaching spaces were. So that's what we came up with, was a form that told us where all the teaching spaces are. So that, and I look at the plexiglass more of an FF&E product. It's like furniture that's helping protect our kids from each other through this COVID epidemic. And we're able to look at it from that aspect. The problem is it's not a one-to-one thing. It's, like when you look at, especially at secondary, you don't buy furniture one-to-one. You buy 2 and 3 pieces of furniture for one kid because they're in so many different classes, changing from class to class. And it's not like they're all in the same number of seats at any given moment. So that, makes the number go up a little bit. The elementary schools have some specialty spaces, and they also have some spaces that are in their special needs. There's lots of extra teachers that come in and do inclusion in those spaces. So we wanted to make sure that there was a space for them. So all those numbers are in there, and then we broke those numbers down into multiple options on, do we do 50% at different age levels? What age levels do we cover 100%? Do we cover teachers 100%, specials 100%? And all that has been put into the spreadsheets.
Thank you, Kurt. I think that's helpful to understand sort of the genesis of all of this. Board members, I don't see any additional questions. Okay. Todd?
If I could add a couple things. Again, I want the board to know that we also are looking specifically at individual campuses, because not each campus is outfitted with the same type of furniture. We have some that are a little more traditional based, where we have the student desk chair combo, where we have a greater ability to social distance depending on how many students show up. And so we really got very prescriptive about how many dividers we would need for those campuses that have more of that flexible furniture piece where kids are closer together. So we've really done our due diligence on trying to make sure we are outfitting each campus based on the need, based on the current existing furniture. Additionally, the challenge we have with PPE, and I've talked to the board about this previously, is that wanting to make sure we are actually getting quality products at good prices, but also the deliverables. We're still dealing with some vendors that we purchased things back in March that have not come in yet. And so we're really trying to manage and balance those pieces, because you have a wide array of, a lot of times they'll say 4 to 8 weeks. And again, we're trying to get track records to see how close to these timelines they're going to be, because it's a huge difference for us when we get those in. And I go back to the student mass piece is really a tough blow for us, because we did not get what we thought would get us started for the school year for student mask. I also wondered if Larry could just speak a little bit to our process by which we're looking at vetting these vendors and getting quality pricing for the district.
The process that we'll be using is actually the normal purchasing process, because they need to go through the usual kind of quotes or bids or whatever, depending on the volume. The COVID-19 expenditures, we know, are something that the board is intensely interested in, how many dollars are being applied to that particular program area. And that's one reason that we brought this before you tonight. This isn't the usual kind of approval that we're asking for a particular purchase order over X dollars or something like that. Rather, it's guidance for what the board would wish us to pursue in terms of the levels of expenditure. As Kurt mentioned, this is a changing number. It changes constantly. We had a spreadsheet that we had sent out in the Friday notes. You got an update on that today based on the meeting that Kurt had late Friday afternoon. So what we have is the three options that you see on the spreadsheet that you got today, which shows three different levels of coverage as far as the equipment and all that sort of thing. Like I said, we're going to be doing what we can to get this stuff quoted through our cooperatives, et cetera, that have already been set up in order to make purchasing quicker. We don't have to necessarily go out for a big bid and compile all that and everything else if we can find what we need within the different co-ops that we belong to. The question that we have, or at least that I have as the interim CFO, is what dollar amount does the board wish to have us pursue? And by the way, we will be bringing a budget amendment to you at some point down the road. I know that the superintendent has authority to approve over $50,000 if it's been a budgeted line item. The COVID expenditures are something we're going to add to the budget, but most everything there has been going into function 51 or maybe function 11, so the facilities, et cetera, or the instruction. We've got a lot of money in those funds, being that this is just the second month of the fiscal year. So we're not going to be going over budgeting on anything, but I think it will allow us to go ahead and get this started. And then we'll come back with you later once we have a better feel for what we're going to need in terms of additional staff, like the board had talked about at the last board meeting, whether it be full-time, part-time, or whatever, because our ultimate budget amendment is going to need to be the sum of those expenditures plus these that you see before you tonight.
Thank you, Larry. It looks like we have a question from Ron Jones.
Thank you, Larry, and Todd and Kurt. There's a section on the PPE order. It's classified as nurses issues. It says nurses issues $32,937. Can somebody tell the board, offer a little insight as to what that means?
Sure. Todd, is it okay if I speak? Okay. So the nurses' issues are really surrounding the isolation rooms and having to build out a separate room that wasn't considered a nurses' station. We're basically being asked by TA to have an isolation room and a well check room. So the current nurses' station, for the most part, fulfills the need of a well check room, but does not allow us enough space to have isolation. And two of our campuses don't even have closed doors that we can actually isolate a kid completely in the existing nurses' station. So we're building isolation stations where we can build 5 different pods inside of them. And these are the different pieces of equipment that we're going to have to do to outfit those spaces. Some of those are cots. The nurses working in those spaces are going to have a separate gown that they can put over the top and take it off because otherwise they're having to change their clothes completely out, because you're dealing with the fact that you've got a clean room and a dirty room. And the isolation room, once you're in that isolation room, you can't really leave it. So they're looking at different gowns like you would in a hospital to go through those. Some of the other pieces are, specialty masks for nurses, which are the KN95s. HEPA filtration systems for those 2 spaces to help the HVAC systems that we already have to circulate the air in those spaces 5 times over in a half hour, which will help make sure that we're filtering the stuff out to help the kids that are in there. And we're not saying that a kid that's going into the isolation station has COVID. We're just saying they have one of the symptoms, and by TA regulations, we're having to dismiss them and let them go home because they have one of those symptoms. But we've got to have a space for that. some of those rooms, the isolation rooms, will keep locked, and the nurses inside of it, so people can't just enter into it. So we're putting a doorbell on the outside of it. So when another kid comes to it and they're supposed to come in, we've got a way to receive them. Some of them are minor. One of the stations one of the locations that we're building, Sycamore is a very full campus already. So we had to take a room that didn't have a sink in it. So we found a very cheap option for the nurses to be able to wash their hands, and that's why that sink's there. In those areas, in a lot of those areas, they're not going to have rooms. They're not going to have water for the kids in those spaces. So we're looking at simple things like coolers, and rather than buying a whole nother fridge for that space, we're just getting a simple little ice chest to put ice packs in it, so it's already built for them. We're trying, originally the nurses' budget was well over 60,000. We've cut it in half, just by finding better options and looking at different angles of how we could approach those options. So, and then just general things like vomit bags and different pieces that we're going to need to make those isolation rooms meet the same standards that the actual nurses' room meets, so that we've got truly two nurses stations. You've got an isolation room and a well check room.
And Kurt, you talked a little bit about trying to arm teachers with a little bit advanced first aid kits so that they're not sending
Correct.
every student down to the nurses station like previously.
Correct. There's about $3,500 in here for us to build little med kits with Band-Aids. We don't want someone being sent to the nurse's office just because they got a paper cut. We're trying to minimize those kinds of things. They're also putting out recommendations to all of the teachers, and the nurses are going to do a training with all of them as they do that, and they're going to give recommendations. If you've got a kid that just came off the playground after lunch and they got a stomach ache, maybe sit them down for a minute, give them a little water, let them sit there for 30 minutes, because I don't want to send them home just because they've got a stomach ache because they've been on the playground for 30 minutes. So teaching teachers better practices to help get them so that they feel safe, that they can watch the kid for a couple minutes. They're not being threatened, but if the kid's got a stomach ache a half hour later, yes, let's send them to the nurse's station and we'll go ahead and address the issue. Same thing with a headache. 90% of the time, if a kid's got a headache, it's generally because their blood pressure's up and they just need to sit down, have a little water, they're dehydrated. So giving simple techniques to the teachers, especially at the elementary levels, to help monitor those kids and not have to send them home just because of a headache or a stomach ache. But then when they deal with a major issue, being able to send them down, and we have an isolation booth so that we can go ahead and get that student to his parents as quickly as possible.
Barbara, you have a question for Kurt?
Yeah, yes. Well, it's not for Kurt so much as probably for Larry and Todd. I want to make sure I understand the process and the timeline. So Larry, I think I understood you to say y'all are going to be looking at whether this equipment is available through any of our co-op vendors. And then if not, that we'll be going out for bid, for competitive bidding.
Or competitive sale proposal or one of the authorized methods of purchasing. Yes, ma'am.
So what is the timeline on that? And I asked that because I want to understand what you're looking for us tonight. I saw that it got added that maybe you were looking for a delegation of authority. If the timeline is such that, we're meeting next week, we're meeting the week after that. I don't know what the bidding timeline is. So is this something that you can seek approval from us at one of our next meetings? And then what I understood you to say, what you really are hoping for tonight is just some guidance on kind of what direction to go to put out for bid or to search for. Is that accurate?
And the board is looking at 3 options that were in the latest summary that Kurt had done. And the option A is the most dollars and provides the most equipment and all that sort of thing. but he also had some options, as he mentioned, that don't provide the same level. It provides 100% to some folks, but not everybody, et cetera. So it makes a difference on what we order, what our total dollars are. So what we were seeking tonight was just direction from the board on what kind of total dollar amount, total investment in COVID do we think that we should be doing at this time.
Okay.
And it's not a specific purchase order at this point. Again, the dollars are in the functions. So I'm not worried about budgeted dollars, but we need to know how much can we order. And we wanted to have the board be aware up front, here's what this is going to cost, because this is the topic that's been discussed. And we want to have board members be fully aware as they're out, well, in your deliberations here, but also as you're out in the community and you get asked by folks, what's the deal? You'll be able to speak with, well, we're putting this kind of money into the COVID mitigation. Does that help?
Yes, except can tell me a little bit about the timeline if we have to go out for bids or proposals.
We are looking at doing it as quickly as we can. And I would like to have the purchase requisitions and that. I mean, right now, Kurt has compiled this big list, but there's nothing in the purchasing system to speak of. Kurt, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they've actually been entered as purchase requisitions because we don't know who the vendors are going to be for all these things yet. We know the ones that Kurt's identified and what their costs are, but we don't know that that's what's going to be the winning vendor once we go out for a request for quotes on the buy board or something like that. So I would imagine it would be a couple of weeks before all that would settle down. We're going to try to get, and I sent something out to the business services department today about, okay, let's put our caps on what's the best way to expedite this whole thing so that we can get it rolling, because we are acutely aware that we've got a real time situation that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if I could add to, I know we do have another board meeting next Monday, but when it comes to PPE orders and getting those in line, each day does count. And so if there is an ability that we could get some authorization for delegation of, again, an amount that we could start to proceed. And, we feel like masks are a big area that, that's kind of our first line of defense. Very important for us to get those in as quickly as possible. And even as we delay a week or 2 weeks, it does have an impact on the deliverable timeline in the end.
Joanna, you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Kurt. I heard from others that the safety and security meeting went really well and that you did an excellent presentation. So I can tell, I think we can all tell and appreciate all the hard work you've done. Just in terms of masks, Larry, do we have a line item for how much those cost and whether I'm assuming we're not spending $50,000 on children's masks. I tried to look through.
But the masks that are, and shields that he was talking about, there's an item for $25,500 and one for $22,500, but those aren't necessarily all the children's stuff. Kurt, do you know offhand how much the children's masks were that you were looking at?
So the children's mask, just the disposable, right now we're at $16,840 for the children's disposable. And then the specialty children's masks, let me pull this up. It's in the, I don't know if you have the current catalog, but there's another $22,000 in the specialty masks, which are the smile masks and the smile mask shields. Those are the two most pressing for little guys. And and then there's the shield option that we've currently got. Granted, all of the options that I've shown to you, I've showed our lowest price bid that we've gotten. And a lot of these items, I've got 3 quotes already. The hardest item for quoting is the plexiglass item because there is no apples to apples out there. So you've got different options. Like I told you, there's the PT option. There's a glass option that's a little bit more like the plexiglass option. And they're all different. The biggest problem with that order itself is that literally Friday we had one price and Monday I had another price. So it's going up, and in 2 weeks they might not even be able to fill any order. So that's a concern on the plexiglass piece. If we have to go out to bid, that will be very complicated beyond getting the 3 quotes that we already have.
Just to be clear, the plexiglass I think I saw the low end was 100,000, and it was 100,000 just at the low end of the plexiglass. So we're clearly in policy CH local over 50,000. And Larry, am I wrong that we're required by law then to go through a bidding process unless we're buying through a cooperative?
That's why we prefer to do a cooperative. Yes, ma'am, because it makes it somewhat simpler. And there are a number of cooperatives out there, and Buy Board is one, but there are others. And off the top of my head, I don't know exactly which ones that we are members of, but it may be if there's one that has what we need, we may be able to get in it real quickly. I don't know. That's what we'll shoot for, is to do it all with cooperatives, because bids, as Kurt suggested, are more time consuming. It's much better if we can do a request for quote and have the vendors respond and get it within a very short period of time.
And I don't know that much about the cooperatives. How long can that take, Larry? I know that I looked in the vendor that I'm seeing in this particular PPE catalog, I don't believe that's on TASB Buy Board. So I'm not positive. Please look it up. But how long does the cooperative process take?
If we can get a request for quotation in, we should be able to get a response back within a few days, I would think.
And Joanna, just so you know,
I mean, interested and queued up and ready to go.
And Joanna and Marissa, just so you know, the district, oh my gosh, I know we have, I remember we used to have about 20 different co-ops that we've used in the past. Buy Board, I know Region 20, Region 13, the tips, I mean, there's a lot that we have access to.
Yeah, I just will confirm what Ron said. That's my understanding, that, Elaine was pretty good about getting us to be a member of whatever, kind of whatever co-op there was. So hopefully we've got a wide variety to choose from.
So Barbara, the hardest piece on that is that most of these plexiglass companies have all just kind of opened up in the last 5 to 6 months. So they're not on any of the cooperatives. So there are cooperative companies like Hertz Furniture and others that are trying to buy from those guys, but then they go and put their price on top of the price that those guys are. And that's the concern. The company TyTy that we're dealing with currently is really giving us this stuff at cost. It happens to be an opportunity that just came to us, and we're getting stuff at cost straight out of China because we're dealing directly with a factory. If that factory sold it to another Buy Board company and then we got it from that company, you could see a 35 to a 50% markup of the same exact piece.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concern, but I think the concern is, what our legal requirements are. And that was another question I had. The governor gave some, certain open meetings laws. They gave waiver on certain, laws because of the pandemic. Was there any kind of waiver on purchasing laws due to the pandemic, or are we still bound by the the education code on that.
At this point in time, to my knowledge, we're still bound by the rules that were in place before. I have reached out to some of my colleagues in the area and haven't had a chance to get back with them yet, but I've not heard of any changes in purchasing laws because of the COVID-19. I think it's a great question for us to investigate. That's why I jumped on it today to make some calls and say, is there some way around some of this stuff?
It looks like we have a question from Mary Jane.
Actually, that last exchange pretty much covered what I was going to mention, which is a follow-up from the safety and security meeting where Kurt was describing this incredible discounted possibility, and then talking to other law enforcement agencies. Sure enough, those quotes are significantly lower, but that's irrelevant if we, can't, if there's no waivers to the current law. So we just have to wait and see then, Larry, I guess, what you find out.
We will certainly be reporting back. Yes, ma'am.
I would hope it is one component of this. We would consider, letting the governor and the commissioner know that we'd like our PPE. I mean, that is a part of this, right? So we've written one letter. I don't think we've gotten a response to that one yet, but maybe we could write another one in terms of this. So just throwing that out there. I know, is there other discussion on this item? I think we're going to hold action until after closed session, unless there's an objection on that. Okay. So if there's not any more questions, I don't see any hands raised. I'm going to move us along. Kurt and Larry, Todd, thank you for the good discussion on that. We appreciate it, and all your and all the work that's gone into that. I know it's been a very not restful period of time, so we appreciate you. We'll transition then to our fall planning update, and I'll recognize Todd.
All right. Thank you. So I will share my screen here. And let me move that over just a little bit. So this evening, I wanted to provide the board with a update. Last time we came together, we discussed more of the health and safety protocols that we were putting in place as we plan for our return to on-campus instruction following our 4-week transition period. And so just as a quick outline of what I'll cover in this portion of the meeting, what I want to do is I want to go through and just a highlight recap of concepts around remote learning, asynchronous, synchronous instruction, talk to you about the feedback that we've gotten as far as we got data back from our teachers and our staff related to returning to work. And we also sent out our enrollment verification process where we're actually at 95% who have completed that. And so those numbers are the numbers in which we used as we began to finalize our plan for that instructional delivery model. In addition to that, what I've done is I'll give an overview of all those pieces, give you a sample of pros and cons to our approaches, and then give, I wanted y'all to hear from our principals. They've been instrumental part of our instructional leadership team throughout the summer as we've brainstormed a variety of different ways in which to prepare for this upcoming fall, and give them an opportunity to share some of the feedback that they've received from their teachers, some of the ways in which they're already planning to support their teachers and students as we come back to that on-campus learning on September 14th. And one of the other big pieces is how are we equipping our staff, particularly our teachers, on preparing for remote learning, since we'll all begin in that setting for the first 4 weeks of transition. So I wanted to highlight some of the professional development that actually started today with our staff, and Dr. Kidd will be sharing some highlights of those modules that are available for our teachers. So Again, just as a recap, as I mentioned, we have a 4-week transition period where we will begin remotely as we continue to prepare our campuses for on-campus learning. Regardless of the choice after those 4 weeks, on campus or remote, we will have that same expectation as far as student outcomes. They'll be graded and assessed in the same way, regardless of the setting that is selected. That enrollment verification process, as I mentioned, has completed. We're wrapping up those numbers. And this is where our parents indicated if they wanted their students to remain in remote after that 4-week period or come back onto campus to participate in person. So that one question that continues to come up is how long does that stay in effect? And so by TEA guidance, we are enabled to allow our parents to choose that for a grading period. In our case, it's 9 weeks. And so we'll start in a 4-week remote transitional period. And then for the remainder of that grading period, which ends October 9th, those choices by those parents will remain intact until that time. We will give a parent an opportunity a week prior to that end of that grading period to indicate if they want to change or shift their environment for their child for that second 9-week period. Just as a reminder on terminology, since a lot of this is somewhat new to many of us, we talk about that we'll be providing both synchronous and asynchronous opportunities for students to engage in remote learning. And again, the synchronous is that two-way real-time live instruction. That's where students and teachers are interacting together in real time. That is a one area or model in which we will be delivering instruction. And again, as we start out in the remote learning setting, all students will be in remote learning, and we will have a established schedule by which they can access curriculum during that time. Asynchronous, again, provides greater flexibility. We know and understand that particularly with our younger students, providing asynchronous opportunities allows parents to engage and support their students with some flexibility and choice on their part, providing opportunities for them to adjust their schedules accordingly to help support that instruction to occur. And again, the key here with the asynchronous learning is that students are required to engage in learning, either through some type of a learning experience, coming straight into a direct lesson provided by the teacher, or even watching a recorded lesson. And then the last way in which they could do that is by completing an assignment, but that is a daily engagement requirement under asynchronous instruction. This was just, again, a sample. Again, I try to illustrate that this is not the schedule that is across the district or any specific campus, just giving an idea that we will put together a synchronous plan that would mirror if we were coming back to school day one. So students who start out in their homerooms and maybe at 8:45 go to specials, we'll have that schedule, or if they're starting out in the language arts block, we'll have that. And again, in the remote setting, we will follow that schedule, but students will have the flexibility to come in asynchronously and view those recorded lessons. While we're showing blocks of time on this, it doesn't indicate that we will have students online for 7 hours a day, particularly in the remote setting. So there'll be chunks of time that we'll ask students to either watch direct lessons or participate directly in a synchronous experience, but there'll be flexibility for asynchronous instruction as well. And then at the high school and middle school, same situation. Again, we're on block schedule, so we'll continue that A-day, B-day schedule. But what we'll look at is, again, that first chunk of those periods of time will be more synchronous in nature. And then as after the direct teach and that instruction takes place, then they'll have the ability to participate in some guided practice, some collaboration activities, and then also the asynchronous part where they'll independently do and complete their work or projects that are assigned to them. Shifting gears to the enrollment verification data piece, Just holistically, you can see we have 95% of our parents who have indicated which model they would prefer after the 4-week period. Note that, again, this is just an overview by percentages of completed by campus, and we have ranges all the way from 90% up to 96.5%. And you can see there's still the awaiting. That means these are folks that we haven't heard from yet. So again, our numbers are going to shift and fluctuate as we continue to collect more information. This slide represents the in-person choice versus the remote choice. And again, as a district, we're right at 60%, 40% split, with 60% requesting in-person. But please note that as you look at our elementary levels, a little bit different there. You can see anything from about 55, 56% up to 63%, depending on the campus. And again, even at the secondary level, we have a range from about 54% in person up to 65%. The other piece to this data that's not shown here is, keep in mind that is across all grade levels for the campus. So each individual campus will have grade level ratios. You'll have a kindergarten ratio at Dripping Springs Elementary School, which could be different. It could be 45% in person and 55% remote. And so each grade level varies in degrees of the desire to attend in person versus remote. And so that also can create a challenge as you're looking at sectioning as well. So just wanted to give you an overview of that data that we had looked at last week. We also conducted a updated teacher survey to get a sense of their level of concern and comfort related to returning in person. We had just over 91% participate as far as our teachers in the survey. We asked them about, as we look during this transition period, giving them an option of coming back in the building to conduct the transitional remote learning pieces. You can see we had a variety of feedback on their comfort level. We have some that would like to work on campus, 29% on campus, 35% who would like to would like to work directly from home. And then we had 37% that would like to have a combination. They would come in for some days for lessons and work from home. And again, during this transitional period, we have a greater ability to be flexible there. And then we also asked the question related to, as we come back to on-campus instruction after the 4-week transition period, how many of our folks would be in need of some type of potential accommodation based on maybe some possible health consideration for themselves or a family member. And so you can see over 86% felt that they could come back on campus. We had 14% that indicated a desire for some type of accommodation. And of those 14%, really half of them indicating specific medical conditions that we would need some accommodations for. We also, a question we had was related to masking. And that was a big question as we conducted surveys and feedback from both our parents and our staff members. And so wanted to get a sense from our elementary teachers, since the under 10 question comes up as far as what's age appropriate, developmentally appropriate to wear a mask or not. And so we asked just the elementary teachers this question, and you can see 53% of the teachers felt uncomfortable if they were returning to work in person and their students were not wearing masks. And again, we had 23% that felt comfortable if they were equipped with their own PPE, and then others that were 24% that were comfortable either way, with or without masks. And so that was a good piece of data and feedback for us based on our teachers who would be in those environments where students would be under 10 years of age. Additionally, we tried to provide an open-ended question to get a sense for what we could put in place to make our teachers and staff members feel more comfortable as we return in person. And again, you can see mask was the most frequently identified theme in that open-ended question. Again, I kind of would group cleaning supplies, safety protocols together because a lot of those are interchangeably. How frequently are we going to clean rooms? What type of cleaning protocols will be in place? We talked about additional custodial staff that we are hiring to make sure we're cleaning more frequently in those areas. And then if cases do arise or kids get sick, making sure that we are cleaning those rooms as those developments occur during the school day. 38% felt like the way we had in place, or not, 38 people indicated that what we had in place as far as our safety protocols and plans they felt good about. Again, 32 indicated concern about what level of PPE will be required. There are 30 folks who had a variety of concerns, from PPE to cleaning to masking, just a lot of different concerns in there. Class size was another thing that was brought up specifically by 23 different teachers there, just a concern about, and it kind of ties with safety protocols as well, the social distancing aspect that takes place. Pandemic and what those are grouped by, are we going to monitor and adapt our plans based on what's happening in our environment related to if we see a spike in cases or not. Medical concerns, again, specific medical concerns by individuals on what that looks like and what accommodations will be in place. The ability for choice was important. Communication dealt a lot with how will we communicate if cases arise, who will be communicated with, and then what is the response as those cases develop? Is that closing schools, campuses, or classrooms? Personal children, again, a concern with, as we come back, will their children be able to access the campus or be able to access also childcare is a concern for many of our teachers. Some question about what's the screening process is, how will that take place? How do we ensure kids and teachers are not coming to school sick? And then again, questions about absences and leaves and some other situations as well. But those were just some common themes that bubbled up from just the comments about safety and what thoughts they had about how we could help them be prepared coming back off of our transition period. I want to shift gears a little bit to just scenarios now that we do have our feedback that, district-wide, we're looking at a 60% of our parents and families would like an in-person option after the 4 weeks and 40% remote. And so if you draw your attention to that teal column, you see just very broadly, if it was just 60-40 across the board, and we're looking at, a 21-to-1 ratio, kind of in our K-3, that could look like 19 students possibly in person and 25 students in a remote section or sections, depending on how many students and sections you have in place. And so wanted to kind of walk through what that looks like from a class size ratio situation. And so what you see here is a visual graphic of 6 sections of 21 students in each section. And in our traditional, as we build master schedules, assigned kiddos are, especially at the elementary level, there is a lot of individual thought put in place on how they divide students up, making sure that they have good balance between boys and girls in the class, balancing academic needs across the board, making sure we provide different support systems. We have students who receive academic support services such as dyslexia, additional academic support for our special education students, some inclusion support based on how students are placed in these sections. And so in a traditional year, we have a very easy way to maintain balance and make sure that we're balancing out our classrooms across the board. And so as we look at the idea of 60-40%, this mirrors what I showed in that table before, that you would have 4 sections of 19 students each in those sections, and then the 40% or the two sections would be made up of 25 students in remote learning. And I think Kurt had mentioned this before in talking with the nurses. We also pulled data back on how many students visit the nurse, how many kiddos are sick, or come down to the nurse with what would be now COVID-like symptoms. And from a very conservative aspect, if you start taking a look at in a given week, there would be a high probability of students coming down to the nurse, not to say that they have COVID, but they may have a COVID-like symptom, and that would require them to go home. And based on current recommendations from TEA, as far as health guidance, students would be required to stay at home for 10 days before they could return to school. And so then that becomes very problematic as far as those students and being able to continue to be engaged, particularly where we see a lot of students tend to be asymptomatic and don't always have significant issues that would keep them from participating at some level of instruction. And so if we look at this and those students, if they were to be shifted into a remote section for a period of time up to 2 weeks, then that, those students are shifting between teachers under a direct split between remote sections and on-campus sections. And then, week 2, again, would not be very uncommon to have another student in a given class become sick or have to stay home for a 2-week period. And so you can see, depending on how you support those students, if they shift out of on-campus back to remote, then those sections, change from 17 students in person up to 29 students very quickly. And if you decide to keep them in that class, then you have these sections would actually become some type of a blended section anyhow, because you would want those students to maintain engagement over those 2-week time periods. And again, this phenomena continues to happen throughout the semester as well, with different students getting sick throughout that time period. And so as you look at things like social distancing, even in this model, you're not really able to accomplish a whole lot of social distancing, because all those students that are coming back on campus, again, will be placed in sections. We won't be able to split them out evenly across if we were to separate into on-campus versus remote section. So that
Todd, we've got a couple of questions. Sorry to interrupt. I know, Marissa, if you'll be patient, Mary Jane's hand went up first, and then we'll go to Marissa.
Okay. Sorry, I can't see the hands.
No, you're good. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay, Todd. I didn't want to throw you off your game, so to speak, but in that home for 10 days, I mean, that is assuming that we have the current testing abilities. If by some wild chance suddenly we were able to have testing, which seems to exist in other parts of the country, where results could be more in 2 or 3 days, and it was negative, just to be clear, then that family could show proof of, yes, I went home with COVID-like symptoms, but I tested negative and could return, right?
Yes, that is correct. And I think it's a great point. As we've kind of polled and talked to different folks, again, you see a wide array of what that time span between testing and results come back to. I mean, I've heard, sometimes 24, 48, but again, depending on your insurance and where you go, we've also heard up to 12 days as well. And so that's where I think it becomes very challenging to know how quickly students can come back to in-person learning. And I'm sorry, I don't know who else is raised.
It was Marissa. Marissa, did you have a question? I can't see everybody on the same screen, so I'm doing my best to roll through. Maybe not. Maybe I made that up. Any other board members with a question before Todd proceeds?
Yeah, I just thought it would be a good time just to piggyback, though, on something that came up in the nurses discussion with the safety and security meeting. Like, I have a child where he will get a headache every time if he gets dehydrated. And so I was very glad to hear that, part of the new training for teachers is if you have a child in that situation, maybe just let them sit for a minute, drink some water, and not immediately send them to the nurse's office, and which would then instigate the COVID protocol.
Yes, that's a great point. And again, I think it's that communication between the nurses and the families, because as we know, some kiddos tend to, like you said, get dehydrated and have those experiences happen more consistently. So we can, again, we're not trying to exclude our students by any means. And we also want to acknowledge if they have some of these symptoms, because they have severe allergies, and that might define itself in a certain way. So we'll be mindful and be communicating with the families through our nurses as well. And so as we began to explore that and look at our numbers with the principals on how those, again, 60-40 is not even the exact science behind it. As you look by grade levels and sectioning, you see a wide variety of ways in which those numbers fall out. The other part to remember is we're in remote learning for 4 weeks, all of us. And so when we come back, we have a 4-week period where we'll have some students that'll be on campus and some in a remote setting. And then after that 4-week period, then families can make another decision on where they go. And so they might shift from, in person, they might go to remote. The remote students may come back. I do believe that I think a lot of that will probably be contingent on what's happening in the pandemic on safety and comfort level there. And so as we started looking at, again, how can we know that, social distancing is important. We know that masking is important. We know that hand sanitizer is important. How can we provide the safest possible environment, not only for our students, but also our teachers? Because if you can imagine that previous graphic where I showed a student getting sick or having a COVID-like symptom, we also have that same phenomena with our teachers, that they could exhibit some type of a COVID symptom. And again, if our teachers are in that mode, they would be out for that same period of time. And then again, we're not just talking about, a student or two in a section, we're talking about a teacher. And so how do we best support learning in the long run when we start having teachers who are out for a period of time? And so one of the things we really started to explore more deeply is the idea of a blended model. Again, focusing on keeping a cohort of students together, which is a lot of the recommendation that you hear from CDC and our TA guidance on the more we can keep kids grouped together, the better. And then the only one way for us to look at lowering that number of class in a given class and class size and managing that better is if we had students that were choosing to be remote, either asynchronous or synchronous, and really we're seeing mostly at the elementary level, it would be more of an asynchronous model with some opportunity to come synchronously based on student need. And then again, there'll be certain academic supports like small group instruction and special services, inclusion support that students would get, speech therapy, all those things would happen in a synchronous way. But by doing this blended model enables us to get to a 10 to 12, 14 range of students in a classroom, which will enable us to better social distance, which again, when we look at long range effects and trying to mitigate, the spread of COVID, this provides us with a greater opportunity to do that and maintain that balance. And again, in this same model, you're going to see the same phenomena. You're going to have students who are attending school in person that will, have some type of a symptom. Again, I'm not saying COVID, but a symptom, and they'll be out a period of time, and then the same thing, the second week, you could have another student out at a given time. And looking at this blended model approach enables the teacher to maintain connection with those students, enables that student who may get sick or ill to stay with that specific teacher, and then flow in and out of a on-campus or a remote setting, depending on how ill the student is, or as mentioned before, if we get more quick turnaround on testing, then they're only out a few days versus 2 weeks. But really looking at that as being a way in which we can keep our students safe, we can keep our teachers safe, we can practice social distancing, we can create that continuity piece, which are all very important. And the relationship piece is also large. Again, the actual ranges would vary between campuses based on the choices made by our parents by grade level. And again, I just put this back in here again, just as a reminder. One of the benefits of going through this four-week transition period is this enables our teachers and our students to experience remote learning together, holistically, all in one singular environment. The other challenging question becomes, as you return to school and you have some in person and some remote, we're actually asking our teachers to spend, as they always do each year, invest a lot of time up front building relationships between their students and themselves, and making connections with their parents, so that we can have that classroom culture built. And so students will get to know each other, the teacher will get to know the students. And again, we'll work through a lot of those process pieces around how students will access the learning from the direct teach piece, both synchronously and how they could do it asynchronously, how they would turn in assignments, how they would participate in some of those academic support classes. So this 4-week period really allows the teachers to hone their craft in the remote world, and also students to get used to how to navigate those and access those materials and resources collectively as a group in that same dynamic. And again, I mentioned the 14th is that transition period as we're talking today. And then that fact that parents will have an opportunity after that first period, the first grading period, to understand, does this work for my child or not? And if not, then they can make another choice. If remote's not working for them, then they can look to come back in person. And if they make that choice, we're not then shifting the teacher, which they've already established a relationship with. And so this gets into a little bit of what I had just talked about. When we really sat down and looked at our numbers, we looked at the pros and cons to the different models. We bubbled up some of these, academic and health, safety, SEL pieces that are important. Talked a lot about the consistency, that building the relationship, the transitions that are going to happen naturally when kids get sick, the ability to maintain that academic progress for teachers to really know their students well and get to know them and know what their strengths and weaknesses are. And then it also maintains that balance in class sizes. From the health safety standpoint, again, we actually are able to reduce the number of class students in a class in person and give us greater flexibility for the social distancing, as I mentioned before. Really allows us to build those relationships and connections with our students. For the social emotional piece, we know is very important in making those connections. And so building that throughout the school year with the same teacher, we feel is important, and allows students to connect with their classmates. Again, all students will be remote for the first 4 weeks. They'll be able to build those relationships during that time period. Challenges. We know this is going to be challenging. I mean, we are looking at our teachers providing content remotely, and then also when we transition back, having students in the classroom, and how do we do that as to the best of our ability, and provide our teachers with support and resources in order to do that. And we're going to talk about the training that's being provided this week in greater detail just in a few moments here. But again, that key will be, just like in the spring, we had some students that were not connecting as frequently as we like, and so putting processes in place so we can make sure that students are connecting. We're really working with them early on to get devices and hotspots out to them, and identifying what students those still won't meet their needs, and then looking at ways in which we could potentially transition those groups of students back earlier to make sure that they get those academic needs supported for them, so that they do not disengage throughout the process. What I wanted to do was I wanted to provide an opportunity to allow our principals to share a little bit more about these plans specific to their campuses and what they were seeing, and some of the, expand upon maybe some of those benefits, and also some of the challenges and conversations they've had with teachers and ways in which they're supporting those. I'd like to start with elementary. I don't know if I have a volunteer that would like to kick off some of those, just sharing a little bit more in depth about the model and the discussions you've had with teachers?
I'll start off. This is Steve Novakis, principal at Rooster Springs. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share. And I think the biggest thing that looking at the data and the conversations I've had with teachers, when we looked at the data, and it's, like I said, with Rooster, it's about a 55 split, 55% in person and around 40 remote. That's just sheer numbers, but we forget that there's actually students tied to those numbers. And so Mr. Washburn touched on, in the spring, we work really hard on creating a master schedule for the following year, for the fall. And what we factor in when creating the master schedules, we factor in students who receive special services, we factor in students who are accelerating, we factor in our GT population, our ELL population. And so we create a schedule to meet the needs for all of our students. And so when we throw in, the in-person and remote, if we have two different sections, and so right now we're able to, with the schedule we've created, we're able to meet the needs. Our special ed staff has been working really hard to make sure that they're able to meet the IEP minutes, and because it's based on the master schedule we've created. And if we start shifting and we create different sections, we could potentially be moving students who we already have a schedule created, and then when we go to look at to meet the needs, it might not work. And so that's one thing we looked at is why we're advocating for the blended model. Conversations with teachers I've had, we know that it is a little bit more challenging with the blended format because they're going to be teaching face-to-face students and students who are remote. But also one thing we do know, SEL is really important, more so than ever. We don't know, students, they haven't been in school for a long time. And if we could help alleviate some of that stress and anxiety, if I'm a student and I know that no matter what, Mr. Novakis is my teacher, whether I'm remote, whether I'm in person, Mr. Novakis is my teacher, hopefully that'll alleviate some of that stress and anxiety. And really help build that community and camaraderie among the class. And so the conversations I've had with teachers, and when we talk about that, they're excited for that. They understand that component, and they are really, and they've already started planning as teams and figuring out ways on how to best meet the needs through this model.
And it's Melinda Gardner at Walnut Springs, and I will piggyback off of what Steve was saying, and especially the diligence and the time that's spent in creating those schedules and class rosters for students. In addition to just not having to change that if we were to have remote only sections, but the fact if we had remote only sections, we would be going back and forth changing those for kids. So for example, when we think about what's best for kids, especially the little guys, and we think about, I choose to be in school and be in person, and then I have symptoms. So then I have to switch to that remote teacher. And this is piggybacking off of some of what Todd already said. And then if I have to switch to that remote teacher, say I'm waiting on a negative result for, 7 days, I'm waiting, I get that negative result. Now I'm back in the classroom. So then that shifting back and forth for the kiddo, and we're especially, we're always really diligent about the traction and momentum that we have with kids when we're focused on their individual plans and really working on their individual goals and making that progress that we want. We don't want to lose any time, especially considering what we went through in the spring and that concern for what time did we lose with kids. We don't know till we get them back and we have that baseline. But if we're passing them back and forth between an in-person teacher and a remote teacher, whether I have symptoms and have to be out, or I chose remote for the first 9 weeks, now I want to be in person and I'm starting all over with a new teacher, where that concerns us about, will we lose a little bit of momentum as we're switching teachers, and those teachers making sure and getting together and sharing, where they left off with this kiddo, what interventions they were doing, et cetera. And for us on our campus, the conversations we're having, of course, it's going to be challenging for teachers, but part of the conversations we've been having at Walnut is teachers are doing things today that, for example, 5 years ago when that was first brought up, they thought, you want me to do what? How am I going to do that? And so that's that idea of we're going to provide the training and we're going to provide the support, and we're not going to expect perfection up front, but we're going to expect that growth and that commitment. And we have this conversation of, you know, in due time, we'll look back and think like, wow, I can't even believe that we were concerned about this. You know, we've got this. And just like every other instructional model that has changed over time, it's constantly evolving, that they'll be able to do it. And we have, it's been really refreshing that we have teachers with really great attitudes about, you know, this, we have this opportunity to think about, you know, instruction and delivering instruction in a new and different way and providing different experiences. And they've got such positive attitudes about that.
This is Kelly Raymond, principal at Dripping Springs, and I agree with the sentiment shared with Steve and Melinda as far as the SEL and being able to address closing the gap with not shifting learners and being disruptive to the class rosters every 9 weeks potentially, but also with teachers just talking about those SEL commitments to kids and really fostering those relationships, because we don't know how some of our kiddos are going to come back, and being able to be supportive to them is super important. I also had another thought that is, this is a challenge, yes, but it's also, I think, changing our mindset that this is an opportunity. So now we're being able to see school beyond four walls. And what I really observed and witnessed was my bilingual teachers, they're singletons. So they would be forced to teach blended regardless, because there's just one of them, and they're teaching in English and they're teaching in Spanish and they're teaching, you know, all content and in person and remote potentially. And so thinking of that, the excitement that I saw in some of the bilingual teachers in the spring when we went emergency remote was that our bilingual parents are learning how we're teaching reading and how we're teaching math. And so school has now become, it's gone outside of the four walls. And I think that's an exciting time for us, that we get to use technology during this challenge to really connect and maybe potentially change one family at a time. And so if we can make lives of our families better too during this challenge, I think that that's another reason that blended learning does help.
Good evening, everybody. This is Kristen. I'm the principal at Sycamore. I think that for me, it was about the functionality and looking at both of the models, and certainly they pose both advantages and disadvantages if you look at both. But when I reference the functionality, I think the primary concern is always doing what's best for our students. And if we go to the remote models, one of those disadvantages would be, as Mr. Washburn referenced, the large number of boys and girls and that lack of continuity moving in and out. There are some grade levels that would require as many as 4 remote sections, where you have to look again at the functionality of, do we have the gen ed teachers' ability to even staff it? And do we have the facilities and the capacity to house that number of children? So again, the data is indicative of advantages in both model, but having seen the board's goal in reference to SEL, I think the alignment piece clearly references going with the blended model. We have phenomenal teachers, and yes, they are concerned about the unknown of a mix of in-person and remote. I think it's not just training this week, but it's ongoing professional development and what we can do to continue to support them, not just this week, but ongoing. They will certainly do what we ask them to do, but I think our charge is to ensure that we equip them to be as successful as they can with their kiddos.
Middle school folks, I don't want you to feel left out.
Well, yeah, we love being in the middle. We hate being left out. So, hi everyone, I'm Dan Deal, principal of Sycamore Springs Middle School. And we started meeting pretty early on with our staff. I think July 20th was the first time we called a meeting. And because teachers were only a month away from starting school, I think there was a lot of anxiety about how are we going to do this. We had almost the whole staff show up, and we talked about logistics, but we also modeled this model of synchronous instruction, as Todd has been doing with the principals pretty much all summer when we had our weekly principal meetings. So we had some come to the building and they were in the cafeteria, socially distanced, spread out at the tables, and then some were present on the Zoom. And of course, I was talking into the Zoom and talking to the folks that were in the room. And so they got to see that presentation live and be a part of that and experience that. And we talked about that's what it would look like. And that's about the time that they found out that that would probably be the model that we were looking at. So they, from that point forward, have been very solution oriented. And we also have been talking a lot, and you heard this already, about how the importance of relationships. So they're really focusing on building those relationships, especially during those first 4 weeks when they have all of the kids online on Zoom. But they've also started troubleshooting as we've held these meetings and been doing this synchronous type of instruction. We found little tips and tricks in order to keep everyone engaged, whether it was the people on Zoom or the people in the room. Tricks like all the people in the room, having them on the Zoom as well, and even having them have earbuds with a microphone, because if you're spread out across a large room and someone asks a question and they're not on, we want to make sure that they are on so the people on Zoom can hear the question that's being asked. So because we've been thinking along these lines for a few weeks now, last week when we were asked about the concept of matching up online kids with online teachers, or remote teachers with remote students, and then in-person with in-person, and we started to look at how that would work in the master schedule and had that conversation with our team leaders, they basically said, wait, school's about to start. We don't have time to go back and figure this out now. We're ready to move forward. We know initially it was challenging, this thought of being able to do a synchronous scenario, but they've already done so much troubleshooting, and they're already thinking this is how we're going to be doing things. And they didn't want to go back and change. And logistically, and I think Mr. Novickis really explained this well, from a master scheduling standpoint, it's super challenging a week or two out from the start of school to go back and reform all your classes and try to match up students with teachers online, and in person. So our staff is ready to go with this model. They're excited. Yes, it's going to be a challenge, but change is an opportunity to do something new and amazing.
Thank you, Dan. Let me interrupt real quick before we go to you, Jason. We have a question from Mrs. O'Connor.
So if this is not the appropriate time, you'd wait till everyone talked, that would be fine. I just was going to ask, with respect, Dan, to you talking about all of the students being on Zoom at the same time. I know this is a really silly question, but I know when there's people in the same room on Zoom, there is an incredible echo. I mean, there starts to get a lot of feedback, which can be really distracting. So I'm just thinking about these little bitty things that can really, throw a Zoom off its rails. So I just wanted to ask about that, but it could be answered at the very end. I'm just thinking about things like that we have to make sure that prevent.
Sure, that's a super quick answer. The teachers figured that out immediately, that everyone has to be muted. And the great thing about the Zoom room is that the teacher has the opportunity or has the ability to mute everyone all at once if they need to, and take them off and mute as well.
Oh, thank you. I did not realize that. Thanks so much.
Mr. Certain, please proceed.
Well, I think the board, good evening, first of all, and I think you've all heard the consensus. This was investigated. I think we've covered every inch of this room, the blended model versus remote teachers versus in-person. We discussed this several times in our principals meetings. And then, as you probably know, the middle school teaching community is a very small community. And right after Dan's meeting, I was already getting texts and messages about what are we doing? And we met 2 days later as a campus leadership team, kind of went through the same thing that Todd showed earlier with the different students as they leave the campus leave the classroom for various reasons. And the blended model is the only model in my mind. And I think, again, you've heard the consensus that makes sense for our students. I'm sure you'll hear the same from Angela. So no need for me to carry on. I'll let Angela speak, and then maybe we can answer questions from the board that they may have specific about.
Hi, good evening, Angela here. So I disagree with everything. No, I'm just kidding. I am in consensus with all of my teammates, and we've all done much of the same as far as meeting with our team leads. And then we pushed into departments one-on-one for whoever wanted to be part of the conversation. So lots and lots of conversation. Will this be easy? Absolutely not. But nothing we do is going to be easy. And our staff is incredibly talented. I just want to say this for the record and give them a huge shout out, because just like everybody else has said, they have been solution oriented and just on board from the get-go of how do we make this work, and how do we help build relationships with kids. And so like everybody else has said, the master schedule part is really hard at the high school level when you're talking about 2,200 kids and hundreds of teachers, and everybody has a different schedule. So it is almost impossible to make the remote section only work for an entire staff.
Thank you all for, I didn't speak over anyone, did I? Thank you all for running through that. It's extremely helpful to hear what your different planning and processes were. I want to ask board members if they have questions. Shannon, your hand is still up, but that may be your previous question.
It is.
Okay.
It is. I'm doing it.
Thank you. Do we have other board members with questions? Marissa, I saw your hand first, and then we'll go to Barbara.
I just want to apologize. I had internet issues, so I didn't get to hear that, but I'll go back and listen to the meeting. Sorry.
It's great until it doesn't work. Barbara and then Joanna. Barbara, you're muted.
I was muted, sorry. Just a question about, and it may vary from, whether we're talking about elementary or secondary. You talked about all the in-person students being visible on the Zoom. Is that going to be that way across the board? Will the remote students see the in-person students? Will it be like a whole classroom participating together in that way, or no?
So I'll speak for Rooster. We're going to talk about it as a staff, just like Mr. Deal was talking about that. We're constantly finding new ways to tweak and to make the experience better. Similar to what he spoke about when we've been having our team leader meetings. I think we've had 3 so far, and about half of the team leaders have been remote and half have been in person. And we have found that the people who are in person, to have their computer with them open to the Zoom, it makes it an easier experience with asking questions. You don't have to repeat questions. So just through trial and error, we're finding ways to make the experience better and more efficient. So we're going to talk about that this week when the teachers get back in person. Actually, I'm doing our staff kickoff tomorrow morning. And I'm going to ask the teachers, because we are going to have the opportunity where teachers can be remote or they could be in the cafeteria for the kickoff. And I'm going to ask the teachers who are in the cafeteria to bring their computer so they could feel that experience. And then we'll talk further about how they can bring that into their classroom as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be a combination too, Barbara, as we've talked through it with different folks, that during the direct teach, the teachers have the ability to capture just their screen and their voice to do that direct teach piece, that 5 to 15 minute lesson at the elementary level. And then there'll be also opportunities where we could do what we call those breakout rooms, where there's collaboration, where after the direct teach, if students are coming in synchronously, participating in real time, then they can break into those smaller groups and have discussions about whatever the topic happens to be, or if they're doing some type of a collaborative project as well. But a lot of that direct teach, though, can be very focused to where it's just the teacher voice and any materials that they're presenting, such as what I'm doing here with this presentation tonight. So that could be recorded and then uploaded or looked at by a student asynchronously at a different time.
So I'm not sure I follow. So it's either option, and it's not quite sure yet which is going to happen. Or is it Todd, just for the direct teach? It'll be just the.
Yeah, I think direct teach will look at more of that singular focus piece, but there'll be a lot of collaborative synchronous activities where they can have that dialogue and conversation in class conversation. I know part of the training, and I think Karen will get to a little bit of that we're really providing a lot of resources on what that can look like and how you can engage those different groups, your synchronous groups, your in-person groups, and just what even that chunk of time, breaking it up into specific pieces that are delivered on how to engage your students who are remote and your students in person. And the Dan part about the earbud and the microphone, that really cuts down on all that echoing that, as a board. I know our team training, we ran into some of those issues ourselves without having those earbuds and things.
And even I'll add really quick that when teachers are doing that direct teach and lesson, though, even though the camera will either be on them or on their screen, the students that are remote obviously will be able to hear the other students in the classroom, though not seeing their face, but we'll be able to hear their responses. And then also the teacher will be able to ask those remote learners questions as well. So we'll be able to call on remote learners and call on students in the classroom, even if the face isn't visible, if that makes sense.
And Mr. Certain, I think, has a clarification. And then
to Barbara's point, we had a question today. We were going over our schedule and the synchronous part at the beginning for all 3 secondary schools. I do have a concern that if both middle schools, the high schools, and possibly elementaries, we have 600 or 6,000 students on Zoom at the same time, we may just implode the infrastructure of Dripping Springs. So we kind of discussed that today about not having all students just for our building on Zoom for that synchronous portion. And so once we do have in-person students, I have a feeling there'll be less of those students that are on the Zoom. It'll mostly be the remote students.
Okay. Barbara, was that your question? We'll move on to Joanna. Okay. And then Mary Jane. Joanna.
So first, I just want to thank all of our principals for being here. And I know that probably each and every one of you have had one of the hardest summers of your life preparing for a pandemic school year. And we hope that this is a once in a career and a once in a lifetime experience. And so I really want you to know how much we all appreciate it. And we all know what you've done and how much you've put into getting the school year ready for our kids. I definitely have heard what you all have said, and I understand that you've been working really hard in discussing this, but I have some questions that I think I really are best addressed to both Todd and Karen. I've heard this referred to as a blended model and some reference to blended learning a few times. And I think that concerns me a little because blended learning is, a type of learning. It's a term of art when you have a kid who can experience learning both in person and remotely. And so a single kid has the opportunity to be in seat in a school and also, is receiving additional instruction remotely or at least online. I think as I hear this model and I've looked into it, I think it's most akin to what's referred to as a hybrid flexible model or a high flex model that's used in undergrad and graduate studies, really in higher ed and not much in secondary. And I've not really found much evidence of it being used in elementary. And as I hear what you're saying, I certainly understand and agree with prioritizing the SEL needs of our students. But when I read some of the studies about the use of high flex models, it makes me concerned that we are really providing the type of professional development and experience to ensure that our teachers can really connect with our remote learners, because one of the big risks is that remote learners feel like second class citizens, not because of anything that our teachers are doing, but because it takes a lot of training and sometimes it takes additional assistance like a chat jockey or someone who can help make sure that the online learners, have a dedicated, TA, etc. So I'm wondering how you're intending to address some of these SEL issues that have been shown, at least at the undergrad and graduate level. I'll say during our team building, with everyone's best intentions, I was a remote person, and it really, there was an isolating component to hearing you know, your friends who you'd like to be with but can't because I need to protect members of my family, eat lunch together and talk together. And I worry about the impact of that on our elementary and middle and high school students, but particularly on some of our younger students. And I also am concerned that we just don't, I mean, we're really asking teachers to deploy 3 different types of instruction. And I certainly understand the challenges. Well, I don't. I'm not going to claim to understand all the challenges of a master schedule, but I'm worried. I'm also worried about the kids who didn't choose to be remote. And that choice was made for them by parents who are doing the best they can to protect them and their families. You know, the impact is going to be there. And I'm also concerned, you know, I heard what Kristen said about training and making sure that we're supporting our teachers, that we really have the ability to support our teachers in deploying 3 different models of instruction. And also FERPA. I'm just going to raise that. I know I've asked to speak to Oscar about that and close, but privacy concerns.
Yeah. So Joanna, a lot in that question that you posed, and so I'll try to address some of those questions. So the high flex versus the blended, I understand and was looking at the high flex, and as we look at shifting, you know, we were using blended because it seemed like an easy concept for people to understand that you have, you know, both in-person, remote. The high flex does align very much to what we're talking about, where you have asynchronous, synchronous, and in person. And I actually pulled some additional articles and have shared them out with our LNI staff because I found some really good, you know, again, it is about PD support training. And as mentioned before, it's not just, we're going to provide them with 15 hours this week and then release our teachers to go forth and do. We recognize that we're going to have ongoing support for them. And so we're creating asynchronous additional support opportunities. We have our ifs and flies, and I don't want to get into taking all of Karen's part of this presentation, which will get into some of the PD here is actually in our next couple of slides, but we do recognize the need for that. We identify that, you know, we're going to continue to get feedback on this. Just as we did in the remote learning in the spring, we know that we will have lessons that we will learn as we continue to go through this. I go back to what I feel like is a benefit of going remote transition, that we have all of our students in that same remote environment. And so we're going to really work, as I mentioned before, on building relationships in that way. And so we have that community being built during those first 4 weeks with everyone in remote, that with the intent for that to apply, you know, continue that culture as we go back to the on-campus and the high flex model where they're participating in different modalities. So we recognize the PD providing support. We will continue to get feedback and resources. Our teachers are pretty incredible, as the principals have mentioned. They've come up with some great ideas. I know you were talking about I think it was the chat jockey or a terminology, something like that. Dan?
I think some use chat jockeys and some have a designated student or TA that's just monitoring online. And if y'all remember, that's what we ended up needing in our team building with just the 7 of us, was that our facilitator really had to monitor, because I know there were several times when Shannon or I or Carrie would try to jump in and we couldn't be heard, or really, you know, I know that was a particularly challenging day with technology, but I just worry, you know, we're talkative women in our 40s, not, you know, 7-year-olds or 8-year-olds with speech impediments or other issues with self-advocacy.
Right, and we do have some classes where we do have multiple adults in those classes, and so we have some of that can be built in. I know that Dan was even they were brainstorming at the middle school on, we have student aides that are assigned in, you know, when we're in person, usually would run passes and do errands and duties and things. So there was some discussion about assigning those students to different classes to help be like a chat monitor. So I think our teachers, again, as we provide them with time, and we're providing with them a lot of time to process the information. And Karen's going to talk about what the PD looks like, to brainstorm those things. And then again, feedback from them, tweak and modify what we need to tweak, look at ways in which we can even embed more support systems. If it's, some type of ongoing embedded PD through our schedule. So we're looking at a lot of those different possibilities.
I'm sorry, don't we have to have embedded PD that's ongoing? Isn't that part of what we have to attest to?
The attestation, and Karen can speak to this a little bit more, is that we are providing this PD for them and opportunities to practice. That's part of the attestation. Good practice is to do it beyond even the beginning of school year. And so that's what we're really looking at, reimagining. We have early release days built into our schedule. And so looking at how do we utilize and maximize those early release days in a different way that is more concentrated on that learning environment and supporting teachers in this high flex blended model piece. I wonder, I don't know if I can't see any other questions. If it would be okay, can I have Karen share a little bit more about PD and then we answer any other questions?
Yeah, I know Mary Jane's hand is up, but I'm
sorry.
certain she's happy to wait for Karen to visit and then she can ask her question. She's nodding.
Is she okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so tonight I'm going to specifically speak to, as you know, the PD around in-service week. But before I do that, I want to just recognize the amazing work that's been done and the countless hours that was put into the development of these materials. And so I'm including people such as the instructional facilitators, the L&I coordinators, facilitators of learning, and also our administrators and teachers. This work actually started this summer, and I don't even want to back up. The work started in the spring, to be clear, because we learn sometimes what not to do, and that helps us propel us and get ready for what's next. So even way back in the spring, teachers were already learning what they should do differently and thinking about how to do things differently based on those surveys that we did receive. So to everyone's point, and I love that Ms. Ray brought this up, that it's not just a one and done kind of model. In fact, ever since, as professional educators, ever since the day we started student teaching, our instructional craft has been changing every time. And we are growth mindseted professionals that we have to stay up with the needs of our learners. And so the model that we build in our professional learning plan is one of continuous improvement. It may start with summer professional learning, or so it seems, where everybody has to get some hours in order to do a exchange day or a comp day. But that's not where it ends. So then new teacher and in-service is another beginning point of helping teachers along in that learning. And also that embedded professional learning that was spoken of earlier as well. That happens naturally, not only with their instructional facilitators and their FLIs, which is the facilitators of learning and innovation, but also with their administrators who are the instructional leaders for their campuses. But then also we know through professional learning communities, known lovingly here as effective collaborative teams, we do our best learning just as our students do around the table of other educators, because that's where we get the best of what we do and can move that work forward. So what the team has done, so I'm including all of the people that have put numerous hours into this, is they've designed this professional learning for in-service around 4 key modules. And they're called learn and do's. And so the purpose of the learn and do is just to equip teachers. There's a part where they're learning the tips and the tricks and the content, but then they're also exploring. If they had, it's kind of like that ability to be flexible, just like we are with our students, and meeting the teachers and the professionals where they are along the journey of learning. And so the team really brainstormed of what this could look like. And I just want you to be clear, this is unlike any in-service I've ever kicked off in my career, my 20-year career in education. So I think this is really flexible and allows for our teachers to have that differentiation that they need, because some teachers are more equipped to handle Canvas or that remote learning, and some teachers are just starting off. So we want to be able to meet their needs, and our instructional facilitators and our FLIs are ready to do that. So they created a learn, explore, do in every module, and the modules are rich, full of content. The teachers are not supposed to be just going through as a checkbox, okay, done, like a compliance thing, but really drilling down into their needs specifically around remote learning. So you want to flip the slide? Okay, there. Learning, I'm just going to highlight a couple of the modules just to give you a little taste of what's inside of them. And this is just a high level overview. So Learn and Do Module 1 is the course design and expectations. As you're aware, we heard back in the spring about some of the pain points for our parents. This module is really aligning our practices and the way we are communicating, and also the best practices with synchronous and asynchronous planning for your course, but also designing your course with empathy, making sure that it's easily accessible for all parents and students. And then the Canvas expectations that we're going Canvas all in, even in pre-K, and what that looks like, using Seesaw within that Canvas for the lower grades as well. And then we'd go with synchronous teaching with Zoom. There is a large section that just deals with how to work with Zoom. And so what these modules look like, the teachers will learn something and then they'll go and do and apply to help be ready for their learners on the 18th. And so every one of these boxes indicates a learn activity or multiple learn activities and some do's that they can do to prepare for their students. There's also some other activities where they can just explore on their own. If they wondered about something, they can dig a little bit deeper. And then knowing that this is all facilitated by their ifs and their flies, that they have an on-campus resource to go to if they need a little more support, and they can do that individually or by teams. Okay, the next module I'd like to show you is Module 3. Module 2 is student support, just so you know, and it's all about how to digital citizenship for students, digital resources, how to help students with organization. And then we move with Module 3 is all means all. And that's where we're really diving into the SEL and what that means remotely and how to help build those virtual relationships that Ms. Day was talking about. How do we bring in those students online and keep them a part of our class and part of that culture, and integrating SEL into my classroom and also virtually. And then the fourth module is instructional best practices. And this is where we get to what are those high yield strategies that across, it doesn't matter what mode we're teaching and what modality, the high yield strategies are still very relevant, whether you're remote, in person, remote, asynchronous or synchronous, and also how to deliver that small group when they've split it out between elementary and secondary. And then assessments, there's a large section of assessments just on digital assessments and what that looks like via Canvas and how to set up your classroom so that you can get feedback and give feedback to students. And then also the feedback is huge. I would say there's probably 5 learns and several do's and lots of explores within each of those smaller subsets under those modules. So there they are. I should have just waited. There's just an example of assessments and feedback. And so just point your attention to under assessments, under a learn, tips and reminders for assessment and remote learning, feedback, providing feedback through Canvas, providing feedback through Seesaw. And then you can see the do's at the bottom of both of those subsections. Is that it? I think that's my last slide, right? Yep. Okay, so I'd like to open it up for any questions that you might have.
Sure. So I know that Mary Jane had a question before we left the last section. Let's see if, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, we all hear from different stakeholders, right? And for whatever reason, I've heard from so many that are very concerned about the social emotional well-being of their kids. And so I think to Joanna's point, I'm just wondering about the support that our teachers have specifically in making sure that kids who might feel adrift are made to feel very included. Not everybody has the parental structure, for instance, that my household has. And, we have, I've talked to first responders who have talked about the increasing numbers of, child abuse. Frankly, it's something that's not on our radar screen necessarily, but I just wanted to hear a little bit more about how we're making sure that those kids who might be struggling in a remote environment, especially, are how we're really keeping tabs on them.
Well, and I wonder too if any of the principals, I know that they had done a incredible job of identifying the kiddos in the spring that kind of struggled and disconnected. And I know that you all you know who those kids are and had talked about some specific ways in which to make sure that they're reconnecting in the spring. Anyone want to talk to that?
I can address that, Mr. Washburn. Good evening, Dr. Hetrick. How are you? Good. I think what's important to remember that at the campus level, it's a very different approach than Ms. Day referenced in regards to post-secondary learning. So for those of us who have college kids or children who have graduated college, they really are left to their own accord. And so the intentionality of us at the elementary level is that, as Mr. Washburn mentioned, we built those schedules to align to in-person scheduling. So an example for you would be our counselors have continue to outline their care class schedule. So they will be touching base with students just like they do if they were on campus. In regards to children who are identified Tier 3 for MTSS, we have a home-based plan of attack so we can reach out. And so what teachers do is they let us know as a leadership team which children have disengaged, whether it just be through morning meeting or perhaps they haven't turned in an assignment. And we have a plan to address those boys and girls and how to get them re-engaged. We have the protocol and referral process already set up for our boys and girls who are identified in need of mental health counseling with Ms. Bird and Ms. Jones. And so that's just a couple of examples for you that it just looks and feels very different than it does at post-secondary. Not to mention we continue virtual lunch bunches, and I'm sorry for my secondary friends, they make fun of us, but that's just an example of how we have gone above and beyond to ensure that our boys and girls are connected. It is still a daily, I don't care for the word expectation, but our teachers do that daily morning meeting, and that is the touch point for them to say, you know, Dr. Hetrick just doesn't look the same as she did yesterday. Okay, let me reach out to a counselor and get that child the services or the help that they need. So I hope that was specific enough, but that's just some examples at our level of how we plan to address that.
No, that was very helpful. And I mean, that's an excellent point. I was an adjunct professor for about a dozen years. And when people would ask me about, you know, whether I thought they could handle online learning, I would always say, you know, I would have my checklist of you have to be very proactive. You have to be a self-starter. You have to, you know, all these things, but those were adults. And so I'm just trying to visualize what that's like for kids. So no, that's very encouraging to know that all of those checkpoints are in place. So thank you.
And it's kind of interesting. It's Melinda Gardner here. We've already had some of our last year's 5th graders who are being proactive on their own, knowing what the fall is going to look like. And they've reached out to last year's 5th grade teachers for some help. And then our 5th grade teachers are reaching out over to the middle school to make sure they have what they need. So even as still littles, they're going to be 6th graders, but those that they're taking ownership of their own learning right now and being super proactive in the summertime to make sure they have things and structures in place to be able to be successful and do the work.
Dr. Hetrick, I'd also encourage you and the board to take a look at the SEL toolkits that have been created, not just for administrators, but for parents as well, and especially for students. And so we're trying to you know, align as a district that leadership and SEL competencies with the CASEL standards as far as our scope and sequence. And so the teachers are provided that in the event this may not be their area of expertise. And so again, there's some other good resources in place for our stakeholders.
And also, I'd like to piggyback on a lot that was said. First, I want to give a big shout out to our counselors. I met today with our 2 counselors at Rooster, Kimberly Guerrero and Carrie Carroll, and I was just blown away with the resources that they have put together. I even told them, I said, we have to be very cognizant when we're presenting this to teachers because they have created a ton of resources and make sure and ways to reach students and parents and teachers. And you know, they asked me, they said, you know, Steve, what's important? What do you want to see happen, especially this first 4 weeks? And I said, and then Dr. Hetrick, you mentioned the word proactive. I said, we have to make sure we're being proactive and that letting teachers know that they need to, if they identify that a student is just off, or maybe said something, that they're reaching out right away, and we're able to triage and just make sure that we're being that early intervention piece, because there could be a student who was well adjusted last year, but we haven't seen them in a while, and who knows what life has thrown at them these past few months. And so just really making sure that we're proactive and not reactive.
And I wanted to piggyback too, because another system we have through our multi-tiered systems of support is case management. And so different staff members, interventionists, behavior interventionists, administrators, we meet monthly with teachers and talk about their kiddos as far as attendance, SEL, and academic. So it's multi-tiered. So we can make sure that we've done home visits if students have needed support with meals or support with access, or even showing them how to access a Canvas course if needed. So we're all hands on deck during that time with our remote learners. So just another layer of support is through MTSS.
Do we have?
I'll go ahead. Just
please.
One, we talk a lot about the differences, but one system that translated well for us from going to in-person to remote after spring break was our grade level teams. And I guess for middle school students and the high school students, they have 8 different teachers, or 7 if they have a double block class, but 8 different teachers to kind of connect with. And so at our grade level meetings, we're talking about kids that are struggling. And so those connection points really kind of show themselves during those times. Let's say Ms. Kroll was struggling in math, and her math teacher said, "What's going on with Ms. Kroll?" And then, sometimes it's, oh, she's really doing well in all of our classes. Maybe it's the math teacher, or maybe it's the subject. But those multiple connection points really allowed us to keep track of those students that were struggling in small areas, 1 or 2 classes, or across the board. And then that prompted a response from an assistant principal, myself, or a counselor to reach out to those students and those families to see if we could get them to engage. And so we'll continue that in the first 4 weeks and then forever.
I think one stakeholder group that we need to mention, back to your point, Dr. Hetrick, are our parents. And so we are not going to be abandoning our campus practices. I can only speak for Sycamore, but the other principals are nodding in regards to whether it's our parent lighthouse team, our campus CAC, and our parent book studies and coffee talks. Those are the things that we have to ensure that they're being poured into as well. So I just wanted to mention that this is very different than the spring remote closure, where we are back to that sense of normalcy in our practices as far as, again, pouring into our parents.
Yeah, on that note, if I could just jump in, our team is actually putting together a video. Our students are working on a video to send home to parents and to students to show them how to create a space for virtual learning at home and what that should look like. Like maybe there's no cell phone while you're in synchronous, and that's put away, and that you have no distractions, and no dogs running through the back and that kind of thing. But our kids are putting that together. Also, we're teaching our teachers how to do circles. So during advisory time, they're going to do circles with the kids. And pretty much everything that Mr. Certain mentioned, the whole idea of connecting and making sure that every kid is engaged. And in those weekly team meetings, we do kid talks. So if we have any students that aren't engaged, we find ways to reach out to make sure we're engaging those students. Last spring, we went as far as visiting homes and knocking on the door and talking to the parents and the kids and re-engaging those students in school and making sure they're participating. So we plan on doing all of those things and more as necessary. We're really focusing on relationships as the key, especially during these first 4 weeks. Last year, we had the relationships built, right, when we started this whole line of process. So we really have to work hard on building those relationships the first 4 weeks, because our greatest fear is that kids that are attending or participating only remotely are at a higher risk of fading out and not participating. So we're going to do everything we can to keep them engaged.
Then I guess that's me really quick. Really, these problems aren't new. There are kids, when we have them in person, who avoid going to class. And so the things that elementary school educators do, we do at secondary. Even though they're bigger bodies, they have all of the same needs. And so we're constantly reaching out and ensuring that they're being as connected as possible. And one of the things that really helped us was the Google Voice, having the Google Voice number, because our kids like to text. And we noticed that if we called them, they wouldn't call us back, or the parents even. We would email them, they wouldn't email back, but you text them and like 2 seconds later, they're responding to you. And so that was a huge help as far as connecting with some of our teenagers who are used to communicating that way.
All very helpful to hear. Thank you. Board members, do you have additional questions at this point? I know there's a few more slides. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, and I want to echo what my other board colleagues have said, that I am so impressed with all of your efforts, all of our principals that are on the call this evening. We really appreciate it. And I want to bring up a point. You know, Mr. Deal has now brought this, he used this word now twice. He talked about relationships. Dr. Hetrick talked about it a few weeks ago. Mrs. Raymond talked a lot. Everybody's talking about this, but I have always felt like if we have a solid relationship with our students, you know, we can solve a lot. I think it's one of the foundations of the success of Dripping Springs Independent School District. And Mr. Deal, I also appreciate, and I know that other principals are doing this too, where you're reaching out to students, you know, in their homes. And of course, the population of students I really probably am kind of concerned about moving forward are the ones that are obviously in the distance learning environment, that are located, you know, in a remote place in the district where, you know, technology is thin. Parents may be on, they're using Zoom for work, and then you've got, you know, 2 or 3 students trying to access technology. So I think being able to make sure that we have the kind of relationships with those students too, so that we don't lose any of them as we move forward, is again noteworthy to bring up. I just don't think it could be overstated, the work that you all are doing relative to the relationships with every single student in our district, all 7,300 of them. Thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions before we move to the end of the presentation? Now we've got a few more slides. Marissa?
I was just going to thank everybody for their hard work. I'm so disappointed that I wasn't able to hear what you all had to say earlier, but looking through all of this professional learning, the amount of work that's gone in is amazing. And I can't imagine trying to put this all together at such a quick pace. I'm floored. So thanks to all of you. And what I have heard, I've heard a lot of things in the past several weeks from different people, but consistently I've heard that, at least from our educators, that they feel very supported by their administrators. So thank you all. I don't know if your teachers ever thank you, but repeatedly I've heard over and over again that they feel supported and they feel like they're part of a family, like you're all of you are in this together. So thank you. And my next question, and again, you may have talked about it earlier and I didn't get to hear, and we can talk offline, but my question is for Ms. Raymond. I was going to ask about the bilingual kiddos. Are you feeling like they have the support system in place to do the next 4 weeks?
Sorry, have to unmute. Yes, that's something that we're looking at next, is looking at students and their accessibility across the district, and then working together if there are other solutions that we have to come up with. One of our bilingual teachers was recently trained by Dr. Gomez this summer, and he did it in a virtual format. And so, which was great, because luckily the bilingual teachers that were all in that training were able to brainstorm ways, because it's very much a collaborative approach to teaching bilingual ed. It's partners, everything's in paired activities. And so they were brainstorming different ways that they can connect. I think our hurdle will be is making sure our parents are equipped, but it was one of my highlights I shared from the spring actually, was that our bilingual parents were very accustomed to using Seesaw. And also Facebook was a way that we connected with our bilingual families and created classes or groups in Facebook. And so we just kept being super creative at how we can continue to connect. I would say overall, really successful. The challenge will be the new pre-K and kindergarten students coming into the bilingual program and making sure that we are on top of connecting with them. This week, when we do our Meet the Teacher videos and then invite the parents for the Zoom invites, I think we'll get a good idea of connectivity and how to reach out. And my assistant principal, Miss Eubanks, is bilingual, so we do a lot of parent phone calls. Our parents are amazing. Our receptionist, shout out to her, Nancy. She also really helps us connect with our bilingual learners. So for instance, enrollment verification can be a challenge sometimes. And so we've offered sign-up spots for parents to come up. So we're thinking about all the ways that we can keep them connected. And overall in the spring, we were very impressed with how our parents stepped up. They learned Seesaw, first grade bilingual classrooms. The parents were sending me videos to highlight their kids' learning. So yes, there will be pockets, but we will continue to be creative at how to reach out and meet the needs. Did several home visits in the spring for bilingual families to make sure that they have what they need. So we'll do the same thing during that first 4 weeks and ongoing if they continue to choose remote.
Was that a thank you, Marissa, or was that another question? Okay, good. It's hard to tell the hand signals. Board members, any other questions? I have just a few. Todd, do you want me to ask now or wait till you get through the task force? You're muted. I'm sorry.
If it's related to instruction, go ahead. I was going to pivot to task force, so if you feel free if you want to ask.
Yeah, no, I always like to wait till after the board is done, so I can make sure that all of their good questions that they get covered. Same things I have. One of the questions I have is in terms of technology. I know that it can be stressful on a computer to be recording a Zoom if you're trying to play a presentation, or like if I'm connected to my work database, it's hard. You can't run all of that at the same time. And I've asked this previously, but I want to make sure that all the campuses feel like they've got access to the additional cameras and other technology that's going to make that successful. I can only imagine the added stress for a teacher that's trying to make all those modalities work at the same time without having just enough resources. Is that something that we've beefed up on? Is that something that you know where to go if you need the more resources? I mean, the board, I think we've tried to make it as clear as possible that we're willing to provide additional resources to make this a successful endeavor.
Yeah, I think one of the things we're looking to our teachers is to identify some of those additional needs. You know, we just spent a lot of time talking about PPE, and we want to make sure that we're creating environments that are safe and teachers feel comfortable and we're protecting our kids and our students. Same thing with the additional technology pieces. I think as they get together and begin to collaborate and talk through what will work for them or what will enhance that experience, they'll be providing that information to the principals, and we'll be talking about what can we do. Is it a matter of headphones or a different type of microphone for the teacher? But we'll be leaning toward them to help identify what those pieces are. We didn't want to just purchase, blanket, we're going to get everybody microphones or we're going to get everybody this type of kit. We wanted to get some feedback from them so that they, because they're the practitioners, they're the ones going to be doing the job. And we want to, again, I've told them, and I'll continue to tell them, that the board is super supportive of providing them with the resources to pull this off and be effective. And so y'all can chime in on that, but I think that's kind of where we're headed with all that.
In regards to our campus, just some of the things that have come up recently as we're all brainstorming and continuing to brainstorm around this has been like iPad stands or computer stands where there are computers right there at their level. So we've been talking about that on our campus as a leadership team about the two options and the expense of that. Also, the consideration of teachers being able to hold on to their teacher iPad as well as their laptop, to where perhaps they have one of those devices both logged into Zoom, one of them projected on the screen, but the one that they're manipulating so that they don't have to go on and off of that screen. So again, I completely agree with Todd, and that's been some of the conversations as we've really got to, as we're talking and doing the learn and do's and the modules this week, those things will surface more when they're really putting themselves in that lens of that situation. And then, you know, as we get things up and going starting on the 18th, I think more as they're really in the practice, if you will, we'll be able to have better idea of what those needs might be.
Yeah, we sent a survey out last week, and one was dock cameras. Recently, that's been surfacing at Rooster, you know, of teachers utilizing dock cameras, and so we sent out a survey of, one, do you have a dock camera? And two, if you don't, would you like one? And so our fly, Caroline Rogers, she put together some proposals as far as what we could purchase and how much, you know, how much it would be. And then so we started thinking more about, okay, well, what else could we look at? You know, could it be microphones? Could it be even just presentation clickers? You know, if we're teaching and we have remote students and we have our face-to-face, it's going to be easier to have a presentation clicker to keep the lesson moving. So I think those questions will be answered once we get into the work. But we, as far as Rooster, we've identified as dock cameras as kind of a priority right now at this time.
And Mr. Novickus, just so you know, if y'all haven't talked about it, the iPads can function as a dock camera too, and the stands have that option to flip, and it's just so it's multifunctional. Y'all may have already talked about that and they just have a different preference, but I've used those before on a previous campus.
Great, thank you.
Well, I'm glad y'all are talking about it and that you're providing an opportunity to be nimble. And, you know, as we get school started, it's certainly a commitment the board has made that we want to make sure that we aren't asking you to do a really big job, but not providing you the resources to do it. So please keep that in mind. One of the other questions I have is that, you know, I know many teachers in the community that, you know, jumped right in as soon as the spring wrapped, really trying to get their head around what happens if we're online this fall, and they spent all summer with that in mind. But I know a lot of the education this week is really focused on the bolts of how to do that. And I'm just curious if you're just, you know, if your teaching staff is looking at the how-to sort of this week, when will the time be built in for them to meet with their teams to get the curriculum transitioned over? Is some of that going to be happening in that first week or two of school? It's just, I know a lot and we're, you know, pants on fire as far as timing before school starts.
I'm sorry. I feel like I'm talking a lot, but I'll share kind of what our plan is. So we have found pockets this week for teachers to work as a team. It's not as much as it's been in the years past, just because there's a lot of rich learning going on. But also we have Monday, the 17th, which is blocked out as a full day to be with their teams. But also, the way our schedules are set up for remote learning, there is about roughly each team is complete around 2:30, 2:45-ish. And so we're going to take advantage of that 2:30 to 4 o'clock time to do in-house PD. We're still ironing out the details for that, but just off the top, when we were brainstorming, is that we could do a Monday, Wednesday, pre-K through 2. And then Tuesday, Thursday would be 3 through 5, and then Friday, and then depending on the needs, we could have Friday where we don't have PD, or we could maybe do a whole staff PD. Our plan is to do that for the first 2 to 3 weeks of remote learning, and then we're just going to be flexible. If teachers are needing more PD, or if we're needing to address more needs, we could always adjust. But really, we want to utilize that hour and a half to hour and 20 minutes after remote learning is done to utilize that PD.
And also I'd like to add that is built into part of that learn and do. I don't want you thinking that teachers are isolated when they're learning and doing. They're actually doing things with their teams and building what that could look like for students. So it's naturally embedded in that learn and do block of time as well.
Thank you.
Some of our teams have already been meeting prior to, that's just typically teachers do that anyways, and teams get together and start diving into the content, having to return on contract, just that proactive approach. And then today was really helpful, having that option to come back today. So many of our teams went ahead and met today. They spent some of that time diving into some of the PD that needed to happen, but they also spent some time together and already talking about content as well as then receiving some content related support as well from our instructional facilitator. And then again, like everyone's saying, time built in this week. And then like Steve said, plugging in the time in these upcoming weeks, especially those first 2 weeks at the end of the school day.
Thank you. It's helpful to know, I just feel like there's so much pressure and it's all starting at once. So I appreciate that context. I just have 2 more questions for those of you that are getting nervous about my list. One is this idea that, the TEA allowed us to consider some sort of blended model. That was after their first guidance, right? They came back a week or 2 and said, actually, for secondary classrooms or secondary grades, you can go and consider that. And then the board wrote a letter to the governor and the commissioner around the same time saying, what about our little kids, our pre-K through 3rd, I think is where we put it. Don't hold me to that exact verbiage. But I'm curious, with as much effort as y'all are putting into just, getting everything started, where will some of that conversation come in? Like, knowing that, like, for example, we know more about COVID today than we did yesterday. Y'all are going to know more about what education models are going to work, in October than you're going to be in September. Is there an easy avenue or a place where y'all have to be able to, kind of discuss how we might transition models over time if it would be a benefit to the district? Is there even time for that when you're trying so hard just to make this work and be successful?
So, Carrie, let me try to answer that and tell me if I'm talking about the same thing that you're asking about. So when that blended, the idea or concept that you could actually rotate kids on different schedules and so they were not there every single day. We actually
something similar, yeah.
Yeah, so we explored that in great detail early in the summer because we were running 57 scenarios on what it might look like. And elementary folks, particularly, correct me if I'm wrong, but we really felt the benefit of having our kids consistently on a daily basis was better than even looking at an A-day, B-day rotation for them to come back. And really, another advantage of this high flex or blended model is the fact that we're able to bring those numbers down for the social distancing by having those multiple modalities happening in that same class versus bringing 11 kids back one day and then a different group of 11 the next day. Because you have that greater continuity happening. And so as far as trying to roll out, that would be another layer or level. Think about, that'd be a whole different tier. That'd be pretty problematic to think about moving forward, particularly at any level, but elementary, I feel like the way we're approaching this right now with that high flex blended model, we're accomplishing some of those same things because we want to keep our schools open. And to me, if we're social distancing, we're going to have a higher probability of keeping them open longer because we are, have less kids in every individual classroom at a given time.
Yeah, I think there's some families that won't, that will be online learners for that reason though, right? I mean, that's going to be because there's not that option to ensure, but that I understand. I mean, it's really hard to create an educational models while you're on the go, especially with as many students as we have. It's probably easier for districts that are working with smaller students or private schools, other types of instruction. Last question. You talked a lot about the teachers that are willing to come back. I know you did a survey that's not the way to describe the survey, but the survey that, wanted to see what expectations teachers in person versus online, masking versus whatever. And I know that you were looking at all of our employees because it takes a lot of people to make the schools run, not just our teachers and not just our administrators. So in terms of numbers, I know we're going to be, short on a lot of things just because we need, at any given time, we need bus drivers, COVID notwithstanding. But have you found that we have enough of everybody willing to show up after 4 weeks that can keep us moving into the fall? Maintenance, custodial, our cafeteria workers, everybody, secretarial staff, just all of our employees.
I believe we're in pretty good shape as far as the percentage that are wanting to come back now. We have had some people have decided, you know, substitutes and things that have been subs for us before that have decided not to be available for the fall, but we're still providing trainings and trying to recruit subs. I think we're still trying to fill some positions in our maintenance or our custodial staff, and also, you know, transportation is always a challenge. I don't recall those numbers off the top of my head as far as, because we did put out that staff survey as well. But I think it was pretty similar to the results. And I don't know, Karen, if you had that. I know you were working on consolidating some of that data as well.
If you give me a second, I will grab that data.
And really, I'm just trying to make sure we have enough people that are going to be there on day one after 4 weeks. You know, I mean, I know what you showed indicate the teachers are able to do that. Right. And obviously we've got administrators, and I'm certain that you would have let us know if that wasn't the case. I just want to make sure if there are areas where we're going to have to staff up or we're going to have shortages, we know that in advance. So we prepared. It's another area where we're going to have to direct some potentially dollars. And so knowing in advance is helpful. I won't put you on the spot, Karen.
Good evening. So I will just give you a quick rundown of the percentages for the all staff return to work. So we had 366 responses in terms of what the plans were to return to work on site. And we had 89% of those responses, or 326 folks, said yes. And we had about 11% or 40 who said no. And so again, we're still working through the individualized reasons or needs and trying to support that as best we can through one-on-one interactive ADA meetings if it calls for that, or through interactive meetings that are more informal and just a check-in for those who are responding. So we're still working through both of those surveys and those one-on-one meetings diligently in HR, conducting 10 or so a week or more, but working through those systematically to try to see where people are, meet them where they are, and talk about the different options that we have. So that's just a brief at a glance for the all staff return to work survey results. I will also mention, as Mr. Washburn stated, that we've had some substitutes that indicated in the general response. And so what we did was the teacher returned to work because that drove master schedules, the all staff returned to work. And then we launched at the end of last week as well, a specific substitute teacher survey that basically asks questions such as, are you willing to serve as a permanent substitute on a campus, or in long-term positions, or on site, or remotely, or all of the above, so that we could have some very specific substitute teaching data so that we could synthesize training needs, availability, and start matching up needs on our campuses with our substitute availability. So we are still working through a lot of that data, but we are doing it in a meticulous way. And hopefully we'll be able to provide you with a more detailed understanding of where we fall based on your question, Ms. Kroll.
And that 4 weeks does benefit us to provide us more time to onboard additional staff and fill those vacant positions. So it is very helpful in that situation.
Absolutely. And so last question, I fibbed one of that. I said that one was my last, but this is it, I promise. I think that, and I've, you know, it occurs to me that we are getting emails and parents are asking about the board's intention of going another 4 weeks online, because I think that there's a real interest on the part of some members of our community to get in person sooner rather than later. And I don't think that's a decision. I personally don't think that's a decision we can make tonight. There's, you know, as much changing in regarding the disease state as anything daily. But I would ask that we identify a time by which the board intends to act on that, if they are, because I don't think, you know, if there are parents that are going to have to make, not just parents, there are a lot of people that are going to have to make decisions based on that. And so, you know, we can't wait too long. We can't do it today. So we need to figure out what that sweet spot is in terms of a decision so that we can all start getting our expectations in order. And I don't have an answer for what that is. I just am putting it out there because I do think it's something we need to consider so we're all on the same page. All right. I think everybody's mostly awake still, so I appreciate your patience. We've got just a couple more slides. Todd, I'll turn it over to you. It doesn't look like we have any more board questions at the moment.
All right, thank you. And again, I'm going to pivot now. This was the update on the instructional model and kind of the plans that we have in place to support our teachers and our students through this process. And so I wanted to give you a quick update on our task force. So we have put together a task force that would serve as a guiding group for to provide recommendations to the board throughout the pandemic, knowing that, again, this health situation will continue to evolve and develop. And so we wanted to create a task force that had a variety of different stakeholder groups, many medical professionals that could help to provide additional guidance and insights on the pandemic itself and recommendations that they're hearing from their areas and fields. And so we had our first meeting last week, and we kind of covered these broad topics here. We did a brief overview. The committee did a good job of beforehand looking at our safety protocols and processes we had in place, and just kind of touched on that briefly. And then we really started talking about some key decision points that we needed to begin having dialogue and conversations around. Additionally, the committee had an opportunity to take a look at, on a high level, the PPE equipment that we were looking at and providing us with some feedback on that as well. We reviewed the data that we just shared with you, and actually they had an opportunity to look at the high flex blended model that we've talked about tonight, and received a lot of positive feedback. In fact, they were supportive of the model. Particularly, even our medical folks really liked the idea that we were able to create opportunities for social distancing and having smaller class sizes in the building. They felt like that would be extremely beneficial. The big topic or conversation that we were really focused around was that concept of the governor's order, Governor Order 29, that says all persons 10 and above are required to wear a mask, but then the caveat that we have from TEA that districts have the ability to determine at what age would be wearing a mask would be appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students. And so we did have discussions around that, and to get some feedback, because I know part of what the board was looking for was some recommendations from this group in certain areas. And so after discussion and dialogue around the importance of that and what would be appropriate, the task force came to a consensus of that they did believe that we should require masks for students under 10 years of age. And they actually had recommended that we looked at students 4 years and up to wear those masks. And again, to provide that additional support and protection for students and also our staff members, and also based on their feedback, feeling like that would enable us to keep our buildings and campuses open more, because we are doing what we can to mitigate the spread of the virus by having students wear masks. I think
that I wasn't sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Another.
The other piece we're going to meet weekly moving forward, just to develop a cadence. We're also going to dig back into our health and safety protocols, just see if there's any additional fine tunes or tweaks that we'd like to make to that, to make sure that we're providing the safest possible environment for our students and staff. And then we will be talking too about key metrics about monitoring the pandemic. We had a lot of discussions about how Travis County has established pretty defined protocols as far as stages of the pandemic and recommendations to school districts on how to monitor that and adjust practices associated with the stage in which the pandemic is. We did comment that right now Hayes County does not have those pieces in place. We've continued to advocate and will continue to seek guidance on those metrics. And so some of the discussions that we had briefly were about just looking at what Travis County is doing and trying to utilize some of those same thoughts and ideas to help guide some of our decision making as we move forward. But we're going to follow back up with that at our next meeting as well. So that's kind of my synopsis of the meeting itself.
Board members, any questions? Not seeing any hands. Okay. Any questions? This is the last slide. Anything else for our administrators before they go into their evenings?
I just personally would like to thank all of our principals and administrators, and instructional leaders that are on the call. Again, I think you can tell by just listening to their conversations tonight how thoughtful they've been, how kid-centered and teacher-focused they've been about, as we look at this model. Again, I go back to, we have these two primary passions, and it is to protect the health and well-being of our students and our staff, and also maintain a high quality of education. And I think, again, this model does present itself with some challenges, and will require our teachers to stretch their skills and abilities and talents, but we're also very confident that they are already stepping up to the challenge, and we're ready and available to provide them with the support and resources to do this well. And our teachers' number one concern is their kiddos, but they also want to do the absolute best job they can. And we want to be walking alongside them to enable them to do that. And I'll say this, our leadership team also is committed to listening to feedback from our teachers, staying connected with our parents. And we know that just like the pandemic and this school year, we're going to have to be adaptable and flexible, and know when we need to pivot to adjust things to make sure that we're meeting those needs that we talked about earlier, health and safety and academics. So thank you all for your time this evening.
Yeah, thank you for being with us. It's extremely helpful to hear directly from you, and to know, we know you're pouring in a lot of hours, a lot of heart and soul into that every day. So thank you for being the amazing leaders that you are. We're very lucky to have you. Have a good night. Board, is there any questions, or Todd, before I read us into closed session? Okay.
Carrie?
Yes.
We did have, let's see, I'm sorry, I'm just checking. Okay, no, you're good.
We're good? Okay, so we're gonna all, I'm gonna read us in, and then we'll get out of this Zoom and into the next one. The board will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by the Texas Government Code. Discussion of hiring Deputy Superintendent of Community Engagement and Operations, Texas Government Code 551.074. Discussion of Superintendent Evaluation Instrument Goals and/or Progress, Texas Government Code 551.074. Consultation with legal counsel regarding closed session agenda items, Texas Government Code sections 551.071 and 551.129. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. Is now 8:56 p.m. The board ended its closed session at 11:17 on August 10th. We are now in open session and am able to take possible action on closed session items. Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Joanna?
First, I just thank our superintendent evaluation subcommittee for all their hard work. I know that this was a lot of work for both our superintendent and our subcommittee, so thank you. I move that we approve the DSISD superintendent evaluation instrument dated August 10th, 2020 with the attached calendar of events.
So we have a motion from Joanna, a second from Shannon. All those in favor? 7-0. And there being no business to come, additional business to come before the board tonight, the board will stand adjourned at 11:19 p.m. We're back at it next Monday, everybody. So,